Well, hello human beings of the internet. It's my boy Ryan, and also his boy.
I'm Duncan. Wait, are we now recording? I'm confused. When did
Yeah,
we
we
start this video?
when I counted down 3, 2, 1. Do
Okay.
you want to go again? I can take that one again.
We're Arcane. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
Arcane Act 3.
crazy!
Here we go.
It
Immaterial
sure
Gamers
is.
reviews and breaks down and deep dives because this isn't just a review.
Well, the good news is that this will be the least deep dive. So, um,
Oh, well,
the episode
okay.
7 is the one I have the most to say about, and I kind of after a certain point, I just kind of tapered off. I'm just like, I could write a note about that, but I'm not going to. And then I just kind of
Oh,
kind of went through it.
okay. I'm guessing on that idea that episode 7 has given you a bit of a hang up. So we'll get to that. Well, first of all, we'll do what we did last time. Any talk,
Okay.
please give us a comment. Just let us know.
For the love of God, say anything.
Yeah.
Tell us we're awful. Tell us we need to change everything about ourselves to make us like you. Literally,
T-
just type a comment. Type a comment with punch your keyboard 3 times and just post what's in there.
yeah.
Literally any engagement
Blah,
would benefit us.
Yeah. Just give us something, because we can respond. You know,
I do all the time. I actually, for the first video, I watched that thing like a hawk for like 8 days. I came back like 2, 3 times a day just to see if there's new comments. There usually wasn't, but just in case there was, I was constantly trying to get back to see if there were new comments.
I mean, we had
And I
3 people talk
eventually,
to us. One
I
you actually had a conversation with, and 2 you just obviously didn't like it.
and it was like the second one I tried to avoid doing that as often because I was worried that because there wasn't as high of a view count that me just pausing the video 2 seconds in to read comments would fuck up our algorithm somehow. So I tried to leave it as much as possible.
The advantage of reading the comments through YouTube Studio, which I'll just have to let you know about and activate at some point, so that you won't have to worry about that business, because you can read all the comments outside of it. So
Indeed.
yeah, that's the thing. Right, we're going straight in. Final 3 episodes of season 1 of Arcane. Just get that out there right now. In production, voice work already seems to be done. Season 2 of Arcane was announced the day after the premiere, during the what Riot were calling the Undercity Nights event. It was a 2-night sort of showcase set in a studio that recreated The Last Drop in Zorn, with music and a Riot Gauntlet, and obviously the announcement that that there was a big fighting game coming out that's not coming out next year, but also Arcane Season 2. So
There's gonna be more of this, huh?
Oh yeah, there's absolutely going to be more of this.
Hmm.
So you know,
Good for them, I suppose.
it's go and get your overall out of the way, and then we'll deep dive into why you think that is.
Troubling. So I will say that following Act 2, which I think was probably the best act so far, Act 3, I'm tempted to say it might be the least good of the 3, but the memories are too fresh. The images haven't quite crystallized in my memory just yet. I literally watched the last episode for the first time 2 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, I still have time to change my opinion on that. There are some things in Act 3 that I actually kind of liked, especially in the last 2 episodes. There's also a lot of really confusing shit. But yeah, I felt like, even though I wrote the fewest notes, I also felt almost like there were plenty of things that I could have stopped and been like, this is a problem, I have problems, I have questions about this. But a lot of it was either just more of the same problems that I've been having continuously that the show
Mm-hmm.
just has decided by this point they're just not going to address or fix. So I just kind of gave up writing notes about it.
Which I guess at this point is more of a case with the way that the animations works on this. I mean, we've got to be going on this. This is a fully animated product. For Riot and Fortige to fix problems that a whole season will have done over a 6-year period is too much. At that point, I blame Trey Parker and Matt Stone for South Park at that point. For their
Okay.
7-day cycle when it comes to their animated series, because of just how easy it is to just plop bits together, and it being a satirical cartoon. That
Well,
they
I
have the
mean,
ability to, the ability to do stuff. It's even a different. Okay, I guess the other thing to compare it to would be live action, where because episodes are filmed in blocks and edited in blocks, that there's this, and obviously it's been going for years. The ability to address feedback on episodes is easier.
well, my problem has never been with any of the animation or the visuals. I
No,
mean,
I'm not. I'm not
yeah,
mentioning
it's
in
like
terms of that. I
understanding,
mean,
like I
your
understand what you're.
issues with story is not going to change over this 9-episode thing that they've already ran.
If they had written, I mean, like stories don't age, right? Like they stay the same. Like stories remain the same once they're written down. If they had written a really solid story that really hooked me in, they could have spent fucking all the rest of their lives doing the animation for it. Like it. My problem is that they wrote an, an underwhelming story. They compressed it as much as possible because they has had all these things that they wanted to get in there, all these emotional paths they wanted to get to, all of these like relationships that they needed to fast track, all of these world building elements they wanted to introduce as quickly as possible, and they wrote a script that was serviceable to that end, and then they just and then it was just never touched during production, and this is what we ended up with. It's I mean I don't know what else to say. Like I I I this is a writing problem, and it's always been a writing problem. And you know what? I don't know how much time Matt Stone and Trey Parker spend writing episodes of South Park.
I mean,
Probably a lot more time than they spend on the animation. So I don't know. I don't know what any of that
I
means,
have to
but it
provide
is.
like some sort of counterpoints, because I mean, this act,
Mm-hmm.
in terms of story, more than any of the other acts, I'm going to say it now, the story felt rushed, and taking into account that there is, and you know what, you come into this with a spoiler warning. It ends with a cliffhanger, an actual cliffhanger, not that false fucking cliffhanger shit that happens in between episodes.
Yeah.
It then makes you wonder, why rush to the conclusion if you've got the plan to extend the story anyway?
Well, this is the problem, right? They gotta get you to your big emotional climax as soon as possible, so that they can leave
That
you.
being said, they know how to do an emotional climax.
They rush you to your emotional climax as quickly as possible, with as little setup as possible, with as little development as possible. They get you to your climax. They have your big scene. Everyone's sad. There's dramatic music going on, and then they leave you with a cliffhanger. So you go, "Oh no, don't go, please!" And then you watch the next thing that they make, and then they rush through the setup. They rush through the developments. They get you to your emotional cliffhangers, and then they leave you hanging once again. They're like, "Oh no, don't go, please!" It's a cycle. It's essentially the animated equivalent of like a like a free to play game where they give you or a mobile game where they give you just a little bit of that premium currency, a little bit of that premium loot here and there. You come in on a daily basis, you return every couple of hours, you do your dailies and whatever. It's like they give you that little bit of a hint so that you can never quite fully cut yourself out of the loop. Even though you're not getting all that much out of it in the first place. It works. It's an addiction. They create it's essentially an addiction to their storytelling that they feed. And
Yeah,
you know what? I'll admit that it's not as prominent in Arcane here as say it has been in perhaps some recent Marvel Studios productions.
right.
Where every installment, whether it's a TV show or movie, it's just you know get ready for the next thing. It's like we're setting up things for the next series or the next season of the series we're setting things up for the next movie. Come back for the next movie. It's like, forget about the movie you just watched. Get excited for the next movie. Get excited for the next TV show. It's like that's all they care about, and I'm already starting to see the stars align for a similar pattern to start to emerge in the constellation of
The
Arcane.
the LOL CU. Technically, it's
God, please
TV, so
no.
it'd be the LOL TU. But
The Arcaniverse.
well, we've got to go on this.
You're welcome.
Like,
That's free.
we'll clear this on the idea of obviously that this has been designed by Riot to tell the story of Piltover and Zorn. So for a start, and I know there's all this will come along for season 2. Stop asking for fucking Ash and Garen and Lux and anyone else who would not be explicitly affected by the events of Piltover and Zorn. You fucking idiots. Arcane is to do with Piltover and Zorn. It has been told that that's the case, and then based on the characters that are directly related to that, Vi, Caitlyn, Jace, Victor, the characters that you've been watching for the past 3 weeks.
Herpa derpa.
I mean, it's in the same thing. Like, I had an issue. There was the Riot Forge showcase that come up. I know this is a tangent, and we'll get into the episode. Honestly, we can afford the tangent, and it's the same thing. I don't know. Maybe it's clear that there is a miscommunication between what Riot is trying to advertise to people and what people are, or what fans are expecting from something. Riot Forge, clearly established as a publisher of single-player League of Legends adjacent games, made by other developers in their style.
Mm-hmm.
Riot also internally are doing projects, like Project L, the fighting game, and an MMO, Untitled Project, and, the games that we already know. So it just baffles my fucking mind when they've explained the difference between Riot Games and Riot Forge, why people go onto every Riot Forge stream going, why have you not shown us the fighting game yet? You're an idiot. Why are you not asking Riot Games where the fighting game is?
Who knows, man?
So, in that same idea, people just expecting characters outside of Piltover and Zorn, which Arcane will always be. It's been announced. Arcane, from Riot and Fortiche have turned around and said, Arcane is the designated title to the events that happen in Piltover and Zorn.
Frankly, I wouldn't even mind if they started bringing in new characters, Piltover or not. We need some new ones. We're running desperately low on the ones that I care about here in. Well,
I guess if we're on the idea, if I was going on to my themes of each act, and we've mentioned this before, Act 1, responsibility or the lack thereof. Act 2, control and the loss of control. Uh-huh. And then Act 3 is just simply loss. Or loss and failure.
I guess. I mean, there's definitely a theme of failure. I don't know if it's intended or not. But
well, I mean, a lot of I feel a lot of it is. I wouldn't say it if I didn't, think about it in my own idea. But we'll get into the episodes and we'll explain why those themes come up and why we're saying what we're saying. First episode, The Boy Savior. We start with a music video.
Oh boy.
How well to introduce Arcane's worst secret than a giant green hourglass graffiti followed by a minute music video. If you didn't know that the Firelight leader was Echo, you do now. If you're a fan of League of Legends, if you're not a fan of League of Legends, you've just come in this with a fresh mind. You're watching an opening music video.
Hi,
I mean, if you had no experience of League of Legends, basically, is sort of getting at. So yeah, there's not much to say about an opening music video. We should probably get back to the first bit of dialogue, which is Vi and Caitlyn captured in some pipe room. For the sake of argument, we'll call it a boiler room. It's a boiler room discussion. And Jinx and Vi are arguing each other over the events of last episode, in which they realise that the sister that Vi was looking for was also the criminal that Caitlyn was looking for. And argue with each other about it until Vi gets taken away with an interesting aesthetic shot of first person perspectives of Vi and Caitlyn. They've got bags over the red.
Yeah, that really added a lot to the scene. The first person burlap sack perspective. That really
I've been missing Burlak
really
Sap Cam for a long time.
really put the world of animation forward. At
Look,
some
I mean,
point, I can't
granted, in
remember who
terms of
said
all the
it
nice
or
animation that's
when.
happened before, it's a small thing.
I don't know who said it at some point. I think Caitlyn said at some point she thinks that the firelights are working for Soko. Well, they got the bag over their head, which is weird because like,
I mean,
she's been on the case of the firelights like since
she's
the
been in the case of the big conspiracy, and at no point were the firelights mentioned. So how she could
well,
possibly
okay, but
think?
like she did show up at the scene of a place where like Silco's men had been attacked by someone other than Silco's people, presumably. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, surely sure the firelights are not like a secret, right? Like, like people know what they are, surely.
Well, it's
I
later
mean,
in the
maybe they
episode
don't.
goes,
I don't
Silco
know.
knows who they are. You know?
Silco definitely knows who they are. So, but I don't know. I think it's weird that she immediately jumps to that conclusion when they clearly attacked. They're probably responsible for the attack on Silco's ship, and they
Mm.
just attacked people. They just attacked someone that was loyal to Silco like a minute
Yeah,
ago.
in the form of Jinx, which is like
Yeah.
Caitlyn there at that point though is just proving Vi right in that when it comes to the matters of the Undercity, Caitlyn doesn't know fuck all.
Well, she's not really trying very hard either. She's got all this information and she's not connecting the dots is the problem. She's been
Which
working
is
on this conspiracy for years, and she's not like, and she's not doing the chin rub.
well, I
You
mean,
know.
yeah, I mean she missed the key component. Even when told Silco is involved, it was like, oh, the industrialist? Nah, it can't be. Can't be. There must be some other shady,
After
heavily
all, they did
tattooed.
investigations. After all, they investigated Soko, didn't they? Multiple
Yeah.
times,
Uh,
and
we'll, we'll,
never found anything, did they?
we'll get to that one. Get to that
Uh-huh.
one. So yeah, Vi gets taken away, unburlap sacked to meet the leader of the Firelights, and oh shocker, it's Echo.
I have a thing that I need to say about that one shot too, where the
Mm,
Echo is revealed. It's like the dumbest thing ever, and I know everyone who watches this video, all two or three people, they're gonna get all mad at me because I'm zeroing in on a stupid detail that's not important at all. But I just feel like I have to point this out because it's a microcosm for the kinds of problems that I face all throughout this show. So Echo takes off his helmet.
mm,
And Vi doesn't know it's Echo at this point. He takes off his helmet, and Vi looks down at the helmet. We get a shot of the helmet at his side. You can clearly see that Vi
yeah.
has followed her. Her line of sight has followed the helmet. And then we have the slow pan up of like, it's like, oh my god, it's Echo, as Vi also slowly pans up to Echo. And it's just like, it's like she was directly looking at Echo's eye level before taking off the mask, and then he takes off the mask, and then she drops down her vision, and then looks back up at the face. Why wouldn't you just be looking at his face? That's the part that you care about. Like, like it's just a small little thing like that. It's just like it's done, and the thing is, it's done for us. Like, this is our
Yeah.
big reveal of like, oh man, if we take an extra couple of seconds, we can squeeze out a little bit of you know, anticipation and build up as we slowly reveal that it's Echo. Or he could just pull off his mask and be like, "Hey, it's Echo,"
Mm.
And it's just a little thing like that, where it's just like, why did you didn't have to do it that way, but you did it anyway, and you know, I, it's just like people are not behaving like humans is the problem in this story. Like a human would just be looking at at his face, and so that as soon as he takes off the mask, that they would see who it is. Like no one would do that in real life. Like if you
Mm.
had I came up with this analogy while I was thinking about this last night. If you had a scene in a movie where someone in a car was driving down a street and they stop at an intersection and you had a shot where you showed that the car was stopped on green, and then the light turned red, and then they started to go. Like, that would be a mistake. You would call that a mistake in your editing, unless you established earlier on that this is a weird world where red means go and green means stop. You would call that a
Sliders.
mistake. You know, sorry, what? I
Sliders.
don't, I don't know
There's
what that
an
means.
old 90s sci-fi show called Sliders. A guy, like a student, sort of investigates the disappearance of his professor, who was working on a device that would allow you to travel to parallel universes. The first universe in the pilot that he ends up in is just exactly the same as our world, but red lights mean go.
Right. Okay.
So
So
that's
so
just I
unless
was
you
just
so
bringing
unless
it
you
up, sir.
so unless you establish that you are in a universe like that, like, we understand green means go, red means stop. So if you showed a shot of a totally normal universe in which red meant go and green meant stop, you would call that a mistake. You would say that that was an error in the editing. You
Mm.
wouldn't stop the production and, like, rip this thing to shreds because they had a small continuity error of, like, why are they doing that? It wouldn't, like, change the fundamental direction of your critique of that work if you saw that and picked up on that. You would just be
Mm.
like, that's weird. They did that wrong.
Yeah,
But, like,
it would end up as a footnote in an IMDb page
yeah.
under
But the thing of it
goofs.
is, it's like but the thing about that is that would never happen. Like, a director would never let that kind of mistake happen in their story
Mm.
because it's such a basic thing that even a child can understand is what humans do and how the world works.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you would never have to have that problem because it wouldn't make it into the production in the real world. So why would any human being, like, be looking at anything other than the face of the person who has just revealed their face, unless they were, like, for some reason afraid to see their face?
Mm.
You know, like, it's like when you create an analogy side by side of, like, these are two comparable things, like two comparable strange decisions that, again, are small and don't actually impact the overall quality of this show, but are still arguably mistakes. And it's just like, like, you start to realize that, like, little things like this, they're everywhere. They're peppered throughout the show. And it's just like, you're just doing this for our sake, and I don't get it.
That would be, and remember, I'm not forgiving this, but this is basically they have fallen down. They've fallen into a trope trap. That's what I'm going to call it. And you got the ability to try and not do what every other piece of media does, and end up doing it. It's a trope trap.
It's what it is.
The character looks at the wrong place when doing the face reveal of the person has happened many a times, and Arcane is another one of those that have done it.
Is this a real thing?
Well, I've called it a trope
Um,
trap.
no, I'm not. I'm kind of talking to myself. So I don't know there's if this is a documented phenomenon. There might be a thing like this. It might mean an entirely different thing. But what I'm gonna call this is I'm gonna call this, like, reveal culture.
Mm.
Essentially, it's like, how, like, it's like you have the cancel culture of, like, every time someone does anything remotely bad, they have to be banished from existence and never be seen or heard from again. That
Mm.
kind of thing. It's kind of like in that sort of vein of, like, weird pop culture things where it's like you have reveal culture where, like, there's such a heavy emphasis placed in culture and media on the ability to create a surprising reveal, whether it be the reveal of a character in a TV show, the reveal of a
Mm-hmm.
new product coming out, the reveal of a new franchise, the reveal of new actors and crew members being associated with certain projects.
Yeah.
It's like there's such a big emphasis placed around holding on to those secrets as long as possible so that you can prize your audience and give them this big reveal of, like, oh my god, I can't believe they're doing this, so oh my god, I can't believe it's these people.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's what they're kind of sliding into with things like that, where it's like I kind of know it's Echo already. Like, I just kind of do, even though I don't know anything about League of Legends or whatever that song was about. I was just like, I'm just intuitive like that. I don't need this big 5-second reveal of, oh my god, it's Echo. I know it's Echo.
Mm.
And the fact that it's Echo is a problem because fucking what the fuck is Echo doing?
Well, Echo is leading basically an underground for people who live in the underground. Turns out the
The
Firelights aren't
underground.
just like a gang. They are people who were still, to be fair on this, people who were still loyal to the old runnings of Zorn, the Vander times, shall we say,
The
who
Vanderlings.
who have decided because either the enforcers are getting rid of them or Silco is cutting loose threads, are like a danger in Zorn itself. So the Firelights are basically an ideological paradise, really. When you actually see, compared to some other places of Zorn, how everything is there. That's how it is, and we'll sort of quickly get to
I don't
that
know where
because
I don't know where they get like food or water or anything, but whatever.
probably through the missions. I guess
Suppose.
if one mission is to prevent Shimmer being distributed across Valoran, then also doing food runs is also an idea. But Echo's voice line reveal on this is you're looking pretty good for a lady who's dead. Um, you know, and we just cut straight into this. Vi apparently playing the long game with the fact that she was never really captured.
Yeah,
She, she,
so I guess there goes Milo's only character trait. It's like I'm the only person in this group who can pick locks.
she can pick locks of
Cut to Vi picking a lock behind her back while she's handcuffed with
while
with no lock pick that
yeah
we saw.
yeah she just got the ability to do it while arguing with Echo onto why he's doing
Is
what he's doing, and
is
the
Echo's hair painted? Like, is he like is that dyed or does his hair just grow like that?
no, his hair is white. That's just
It looks
his
weird. Like
trait.
it doesn't look real. Like it looks like he's just really dusty, you know? It
Well,
looks
he
like
has
he
been.
just he used his head to like dust the top of a bookshelf, you know?
Hey, don't. Hey. I'm actually just gonna say this. I think Echo as his character in general. I hate playing the character in League of Legends, and I hate playing against the character in League of Legends. But the character of Echo I can actually kind of like for due to reasons that will happen in the next couple of episodes. But
Hmm.
so there's just this whole argument and misinterpretation between the two of them as to who's working with what. The classic Echo line, which is the Zornite response to any other Zornite working with a Piltover Enforcer, is what the fuck you doing? Why are you working in this case? Echo calls her a Pilty.
That's racist. Yeah, it is annoying though that it's like we have to do the thing where it's like, I'm gonna capture you first, then I'm gonna interrogate you, instead of just like, confronting her at the spot and just being like, hey, what are you doing?
mm,
Like, I don't know, maybe maybe seeing another friendly face might have helped Jinx. Echo shows his face and be like, what are you doing? What gives? I guess
yeah.
I don't know. Have they tried this before? Like, has Echo ever actually tried to like talk to Jinx? Like, they never really established like, like they've confronted each other, like they had that confrontation at the beginning of Act Two, but they
hmm
didn't know each other as far as I could tell. So it's like I don't know. Has he ever actually been like, yo, Powder, the fuck? You
Well,
know?
yeah. I mean, there's obviously something to come up. I mean, let's think of it. If we head back and rewind back to Echo's first appearance in Act Two, when he was still the
Mm-hmm.
Firelight leader, and the first thing that happened is Jinx killed one of his men, his women, and
Yeah, because
enraged went
she
after
was
Jinx.
she was attacking. He
Yeah.
was attacking them. To be fair.
But
Um,
enraged, he went after her, and it took one of the other Firelights to just go no, and yeeted him out because time had run out on their mission. Believe me, the
it's
stopwatch
like, is
plays
that
another part later.
is that is that the first time that they've seen each other since the breakup? Do you think? Like,
Uh,
is that the first encounter that they've had in the last 5 years?
I don't know, but the way like Echo's motivations happen, or the way he discusses stuff to Vi, he's encountered her multiple times.
It feels like he has, right? Like, so I don't know.
I mean, does he
I don't
always
know if I
feel
buy
this
it.
rage, or was it just like he know that Jinx was just doing, her little terroristy anarchy things, and then once he realized it was Silco that she was working with, that sent him down a point of no return. And
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of, it's almost like they should have made like a whole. It's almost like they should have made an extra couple of seasons of the show to properly explain all the things that we need to know to understand the relationships between these
mm,
people, so
hmm
that we know what they know, kind of thing.
yeah.
You
I
know.
mean, yeah, I know. There's the idea that you're trying to make this friendly for a non-League of Legends playing audience, but we might have filled in the holes as someone who is a lore person of this, because there are the few people who give a shit about the lore of League of Legends. Then there are just League of Legends players, and then there are people who don't even play League of Legends, and you have to try and guess. So you have to make the Venn diagram shrink a little bit and include everyone in it. You have to make it inclusive for everyone that's on there. I mean, someone shouldn't have to watch an episode of Arcane and then have to read the universe entry of Echo, for example,
Well,
in
it's
order
like,
to
well,
know
here's
his
the thing, right? Like,
motivations.
I can make this, I can simplify this terrifically, okay? Like, I've made it clear that every store that is sold or marketed as an independent continuum should assume that that the audience, that its potential audience knows nothing about anything it might be based off of.
Mm.
I think that's a fair assumption for every story to have. That doesn't mean that every installment of the story needs to have that level of inclusivity. Like, obviously, stories told in a sequence have the
Yeah,
right to assume that you've watched previous installments of that sequence.
yeah. You don't need
You
to.
shouldn't jump into you shouldn't be expected to jump into Avengers Infinity War and be able to pick up everything as you go along. Obviously, you need
Mhm.
to have watched the other stories to have known what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
But you
So
don't need
at
to
this
have
point,
read all the Iron Man comics from the 60s and 70s to know what the fuck's going on in Iron Man 1, you know?
hmm
Like that's what I'm kind of getting at.
yeah. No, I get where you're at on that, but yeah, certainly, yeah. Echo's Echo's hatred of Jinx would make more sense if there were more encounters with Jinx to go on there. Because what we've been shown as an audience on this is he's had one encounter with Jinx, and because Jinx has killed one person, he's flipped and lost his shit,
Which is yeah,
and is unforgivable at that point.
yeah, and it's like, it's like that's not necessarily like the end of the world, but the problem, what I would like to know is like he speaks with like this level of certainty of like she is absolutely gone, she can't be saved.
Mm-hmm.
And if we had a reason for him to believe that he believed that, like if we knew from having seen things earlier in the show that Jinx has continuously been, done things like this, like throughout them knowing each other, then I would be like, okay, Echo's motivation is well established. The problem is with us, the audience, from our perspective, we have seen enough inconsistency and enough like potential for redemption from Jinx. Like, we've seen her toe the line a little bit as far as hanging, seeing Vi and not trusting Silco as much,
Mm-hmm.
that we believe from our perspective, from our experiences, that she could still be saved if pushed in the right direction and given the right treatment. So to have somebody who we've, for all intents and purposes, we have just met, because at this point Echo is effectively a totally different character.
Yeah,
So
he's
for all
certainly
intents and
different
purposes,
from Little Man.
we've at this point we have effectively met a totally new person who has a hardline stance against this character that we know stuff about. And so when he says you can't fix her, is like, we're left sitting here like, how do you know that? Like,
Mm,
why should we believe you? Why should I believe that you believe that?
yeah, yeah. What has happened? Even just, I guess at that point, even just a couple of throwaway lines of, "Look, the last times I've met her, it didn't go very well. She's unhinged." Blah blah blah. You don't even have to mention the Act Two fight. We've seen that. You don't need to repeat it again. So that's the thing. But it's like, yeah, at that point, all we've been left with is the fight from that episode. So yeah, they've all, Vi breaks herself out of the handcuffs, gives Echo a hug. He cries a little. It looks like they've reconciled a little bit. So we go to Singed and Victor.
Which is great because they've totally just fucked Jinx up even more by doing this whole scene, but whatever.
Uh,
So then we cut to don't worry,
yes.
we've got lots of time. But then we cut to Victor, who we can talk about what's happening in the scene in a second, but I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that I never thought I'd say this, but by the end of this act, I like Jace a lot more than I like Victor,
The
which is
flip, the double
the
turn.
the flip flop. Oh boy.
So yeah, as
What's
it
he
was in
doing,
the
Ryan?
so in the last act, Victor, after telling Jace, "I know a guy who can help me, with my stuff," and while Jace is basically providing the ultimate top 10 anime betrayal of Heimerdinger, yeah, Victor's gone saw his buddy Singed,
Oh, good old
and
Singe. So, like, does Singe work for Silco anymore?
I
Like,
think Singed. I I feel at this point he was working with Silco sort of initially, but I feel that like Singed has basically become an independent.
so he was an independent, and then he was working for Silco, and now he's independent again,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, at one
That's
point
potentially where it
it's a
went.
throwaway line, and skipping very ahead to I think like episode 9 of Arcane. Singed talks to someone about the fact that he used to work with Heimerdinger. Is there anyone that
Apparently.
Singed hasn't worked with from either side of the city? The answer seems to be he does whatever he needs to do to get his research, which really does put him into mad scientist uh, territory at that point. But he manages to, I don't know if he like persuades Victor or just gives Victor a boost in regards to trying to get the hex core to help Victor out a little bit more with a dose of shimmer. His
I guess
original
he's
his
like,
original
I
plan of
guess,
getting the hex core to his lab didn't work. So
yeah. So it's like, I guess the idea is like, by taking Shimmer, he can, I don't know, more safely interact with the hex core and gain some benefits from it. Which,
yeah,
like,
that's
again, it's one of those things where it's just like, again, this is another thing that they could have solved if they had just made more of the show and gotten into more detail in explaining things. I wish I better understood what exactly it was that Hextech does and how it works, so that I could have a better idea of. I could more easily anticipate what exactly the limits are of Hextech and the parameters, so that I could like anticipate to some extent what exactly it is that could be happening here. Like stories, like it's okay to be like surprised by a story, but it's like a surprise should only happen like in a story. A surprise should always be followed by an "oh" kind of thing, in my
mm,
opinion. Like, because I feel like the best surprises are the ones where like it makes perfect sense after you think about it. It's like you hadn't thought about it because the show was smarter than you and because it was written better than your brain could have written it. But once you actually put the pieces together and you have more time to think about it, you go, "Oh, actually, that does make sense now that I
mm,
think about it. They were establishing that before." That to me is like the best way to write surprises in a story.
mm.
Rather than just having people teleport all over the fucking planet and just be wherever they need to be and listening in on conversations they need to listen on to, which we'll talk about it.
I will have to say that Victor, who's supposed to have been very high morals and the greater good, threw them out of the door when it comes to his own life.
Well, I mean, he's desperate, and it's like I'm not gonna fault the man for being desperate as long as he's not going to, recklessly endanger the lives of people around him on purpose. Uh,
Oh, that'll happen. Well,
so
not
it's
on
like,
purpose, but yeah,
well, you could argue.
yeah,
So the thing about where was I gonna go with this? So here's the thing. I've been advocating for an increase in safety measures for these Hex Tech boys literally since the show started. They literally just refuse.
yeah. All they are
They
doing is proving Heimerdinger right.
It's like all they have to it's like they refuse to put their dangerous expensive equipment in safes when they're not being used. They refuse to do their testing in purpose-built rooms with proper safety procedures and locked doors, suits. They're just doing this shit in the middle of their desk, in the middle of their office with all kinds of papers flying around where people can walk in and out of unlocked doors whenever they feel like. Like they just, even when they're supposed to have been like, redeemed in the sense of like they've learned their lesson and they've gone straight so that they'll now do the things the right way instead of the fast way, they're still doing the same crap. They're making the same mistakes that they were in Act 1 and 2. And it bothers me. It bothers me because it's not so much about the characters not recognizing that it's a problem. Because I can understand an oversight, a character who is like written as arrogant or reckless, making an oversight and causing themselves to be in danger. When a character is written as being cautious and methodical and intelligent and repentant for mistakes that they've made, the only remaining excuse for them to not change their methodology into a safer methodology is that the writers think that what they're doing is safe by comparison to what they were doing before. And that is concerning to me because this is very clearly not safe. It never has been.
Mm. Yeah,
It's like you have a thing on your desk that can apparently fucking create black holes and shit.
out of
And like,
organic matter. Why is it just there? Yeah, and
you know,
there's absolutely nothing will go wrong with that hex core within the
it's
next
a nuclear
episode and a half.
reactor. It's a tiny nuclear reactor sitting on a desktop. Like this isn't a Newton's cradle. Like this thing is dangerous. It is weaponizable. It can explode at any moment. It can kill people, and they just don't care. They don't care. The characters don't care. The writers don't care. I just don't understand.
Well, you know what people do care about.
What do people care about?
Where the fuck did Jace hide that physique?
Really nice clothes that
Form-fitting clothes that shrink the giant abs that he has.
I mean, maybe he just wears like a really tight like undershirt or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
He is a hammer guy, right? Built
Yeah,
hammers.
he is a blacksmith, so you'd
He's
expect him to be, a bit strong on there. Yeah, what we're basically doing is sort of skipping over the fact that, oh look, Jace and Mel are having more conversations, and
Mel's. I don't. My video is muted, so I don't even have like. I don't even know about specific notes going on here. I'm sure Mel's just continue to be a bad influence because she always is.
She manages to, innuendo while this montage of Jace building what will most likely be the Mercury hammer comes along. Yeah, don't lose your nuts.
Oh, I literally two disconnected thoughts. I'm just I just one of my notes is just literally one sentence that says Mel continued to be a really bad influence. It's just I didn't even read that. I just popped into my head independently.
Yeah, but no, Mel is still. We're still unsure of what her game is. We'll find out within, 2/3 into this episode of why Mel has been doing what she's been doing. Let's just say family issues, and we'll tease it there.
Oh, apparently Jace has a really hard time believing that Zahn has developed grenades, which is interesting because it's like I've been saying this for a while as well. It's just like
because he's.
I find it. What? Go ahead. I've got my own thoughts.
We find out the whole thing about the fucking. He's still got hold of this fucking firelight bomb He's
Yeah.
apparently taking with him everywhere, including
Apparently, it
the
almost
forge.
killed him at some point,
Yeah,
which I don't really know how it's still intact if it almost killed him. I don't know
yeah,
what it did that almost killed him.
yeah. Considering, and we'll just say at this point, Victor later on in the episode tampers with the device and sets off its failsafe. But in the
Apparently it can almost explode twice. I don't know.
yeah, but
But my problem with it isn't so much the mechanism itself. It's like I've been saying this for a while now. It's just like how is I find it really hard to believe that Zahn has never been successful in smuggling any of like the like gunpowder or any guns or any weapons like that into Zahn at any point
well,
from
maybe we were
Piltover
going on the
because
idea,
they got pistols and rifles and shit all over the place.
but we kind of did explain it from last act. The way that Zorn seems to operate is that they are so on the idea that Jinx is the only person with a fucking ranged weapon. Everyone else seems to be wielding short-bladed instruments and stuff like that. I think
Yeah, and there's no reason for that.
the biggest bit of technology that seems to be upgraded is Savika's got a fucking metal arm.
Yeah, well, it's just I mean. Like, there's no reason for that. Like, have you heard of criminals? Have you heard of them? Do you know what they do? They like to smuggle illegal things into places that they shouldn't be for money.
Hmm?
Like, there's probably an enormous market for firearms in Zon that is just not being catered to at all. It's just
Yeah.
like, guns are a lot better than knives. Like, in every conceivable way. They just do all of the things that knives do at a range with very low skill floor. And they're really cheap. Like, the guns themselves can be a bit much, but bullets are super cheap. They're super cheap to make, to build, just to manufacture, mass produce. Super easy. Lot more useful than Shimmer. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, Shimmer, the all-purpose thing. Well, it is an all-purpose thing. Given in some people, they become big raging monsters. In others, it's a drug. For others, it's the catalyst to use your giant metal arm. And for some people, it's used as apothecaries.
Yep, it's your what's it called? What's the stuff in June? Spice. It's just your
Yeah.
spice for Zon. Except it's evil. Evil spice.
Yeah.
Evil goo spice.
Quick scene with Silco. Again, we're going on this idea that he's lost control. Jinx is missing. Savika's been brought down from the rafters. She's got to have a Act 3 knockout moment yet. But
I just realized. So you know how there's been like this weird running thing of like Savika has like seemingly almost died in both of the previous act. It's like first act I was convinced that she was dead. Second act it looked like she was dead, but she was like you could still kind of see that she was alive.
Should we go spoiler territory on this one?
I made the active prediction that I was like, oh, I bet Savika's gonna either die or almost die at the end of this one.
Ding 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 ding.
Hooray! I did the thing.
Look, there we go. Savika, most consistent character.
She is the character who has no motivation, no plans, no aspirations, no dreams or hopes whatsoever.
Yeah,
she's the most consistent character.
She's single Savika motivations. I mean, we talked about multiple Marcus motivations last episode. Single Savika motivations. But she does actually provide a bit of decent advice to Silco, who's like, losing his rag. Where's Jinx? Where's Jinx? And it's just basically, Savika just goes, don't worry about it. I remember my old man. It was all fucked up. She'll find you. They'll be fine. Just get on with it. We've got this meeting with these other Ken Barons that we need to sort out first.
Yeah, so before we get too far into that, can I just say that I give up trying to understand Silco and Jinx's relationship at this point? I just don't get it. I think that at some point the writers thought that they wrote an interesting father-daughter dynamic between them, and maybe they did, and maybe it got scrapped at some point in the editing process, that maybe was going to include some more stuff between Acts 1 and 2. Um, but I'm just gonna come out and say it. They don't have a relationship. I don't care what the show keeps telling me. They don't. They I don't know what the nature of the relationship is. I don't know how it was substantiated. I don't understand why they feel the way they do about each other. They have done nothing to prove that these people are as close as they want us to believe they are. I I'm exhausted just talking and thinking about it. I kind of just want to give up.
I will say, because I do continue talking about it, and it still gets brought up through the rest of the act. It's at the very minimum the relationship is toxic. That's clear.
Well, it should be. I mean, they ruined each other's lives. You know, Silco's the one who's responsible for fucking getting Jinx's entire family killed, including she believes Vi. It's indirectly.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Jinx is the one who blew up Silco's entire factory, which almost led to his complete ruin. Like, these people have ruined each other's lives. I don't understand why they immediately jump into each other's arms. So
Codependency.
yeah, the relationship is toxic. It should be. They shouldn't have one in the first
But
place. If they have a relationship, it should be toxic.
But as it stands on there, it was quite clear that comes up. Powder and Jinx at that point. It was clear she didn't care. She wanted validation from anyone, absolutely anyone, even the crazy crime boss of Zorn. And she got it. What she wanted to do with it, who knows? Jinx definitely doesn't know. As we move to a scene of Jinx being broken and stapling her own leg back together.
Yeah,
Though
there's that.
Though, if anything, there is a foreshadowing moment as she finally recovers from stapling her own leg. She flops back in a chair and she sees a firelight. That's what they call the little green bugs, just flying on one of the pipes, and she just points up in the air, and just goes, pooh.
Okay. So there's a little bit of foreshadowing there. I guess that's kind of okay.
Yeah.
Not that makes me like that scene anymore. Well, I guess that actual scene is fine. It's the part after that I don't like.
But this part where we're going to be where Jinx, Echo is showing Vi around Utopia Zone.
No. I'm talking about like the foreshadowing with the firelight. The thing
No,
happens at the
you
end.
said
Okay.
compared to
That
the
scene,
next scene.
that one scene has some problems, but it's okay. It's the one after that I don't like. Hold on. Before what else was it? Oh, yeah, I guess that's fine. Yeah, I guess that's about it. Yeah, moving
broken. Still broken. Still listening to Milo and Clagger's apparently evil voices, even though Milo and Clagger were probably not even like that. Well, Milo, why would she listen to Milo? Now that I've actually come to think about it, he fucking hated her.
Yeah, well, it's just like I can understand like maybe like Milo's shit talking kind of getting to where I was like, I don't know. I was like,
It's a fair
Clagger
point,
ever do
actually.
anything wrong? I don't know.
That's a fair point.
Clagger's a good boy.
Yeah, Clagger is a good
what?
round boy. Yeah, and I said it, good round boy. I'm not fat shaming him. I'm fat myself. Hey, do you want to do a truffle shuffle on the camera? Woo.
Please don't.
I won't. TOS. Right.
But,
So
what was I gonna say? I feel like there's something. Yeah, I'm not particularly fond of the way that Jinx is being characterized. It's kind of to reiterate what I was saying last episode, where I just have a problem with like crazy people as like a storytelling device. It's just like I feel like crazy people work as secondary and tertiary characters the most. Characters that aren't story important enough that you need to have a complex understanding of how they work, and you need to be able to have an understanding of their mental state. Because when you make them a main character, whether it be a protagonist or a villain, part of the whole experience of storytelling is being able to put yourself into a moment. You know, not every character has to be relatable to you specifically, but you should be able to, if a story is being written well, be able to put yourself into a character's shoes for a moment and pretend that you have experienced the things that they have experienced, that you know the things that they know, you understand the world the way that they do, and be like, okay, in this moment, I can understand them feeling this way, or wanting this, or doing this, based on everything that I know and think. And that's really important because it helps you like it helps you engage with the story because it keeps your brain working. You can like actively think ahead about what's going to happen in the show, and so when and it works backwards too, where when someone has taken an action, you can be like, okay, yes, that does make sense. I can this is all coming together. So when you have a crazy person who's just like they are fundamentally unpredictable, like by definition, because they are crazy, you're left with the problem of like anything that they do could be justified as they're just crazy. They don't have to think rationally or the way that you do.
Mm.
And it's just like, it's like there's nothing you can do because it's like, yes, you're technically correct, but where does that leave me as a member of the audience? I'm just essentially, anytime this character is on screen, this crazy person is on screen, I'm essentially just along for the ride. Just be like, whatever they want to do, whatever the writers want her to do, that's what she's going to be in this scene.
Mm.
And specifically Jinx herself, I have a problem with because I just, I just feel like they just wanted her to be crazy, I've talked a lot about how, uh, I don't want people to be able to depend on knowledge of League of Legends and its characters to be able to enjoy the story.
Mm.
And I feel like, as far as Jinx was concerned, I feel like the writers just decided that Jinx is crazy in the video games. Therefore, if we don't do a particularly good job of explaining how and why Jinx became crazy, it'll be fine, because the people who watch the show will already know that Jinx is supposed to be crazy, and so it's okay. We don't have to go into it. We just know that she's crazy.
Mm. I
But
mean,
then they just kind of, yeah, go ahead.
for me, there's a conflict of the crazy that's being characterized here. Jinx in game is an anarchist and is just like, I'm just blowing shit up for blowing shit up's sake. There are bits of law that that state that Jinx doesn't actually intend to go out and kill people. If they die, they die, but she doesn't go out with the specific aim of killing people.
Uh-huh.
Arcane Jinx is not that. Arcane Jinx wants to cause mayhem and also wants to see bodies pile high.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you can kind of see that, and that's sort of, I guess at that point it's a bit. I know that it's supposed to be being characterized as, oh, this is tragic Jinx, but it's, to me, it is in, and I did warn as well that me looking into this show was to see whether it would expand upon the lore that is currently already established in universe. This is technically a retcon. This is turning Jinx from just this rebellious anarchist into an out and out hateful terrorist
Yeah,
with
well, it's just like
mental issues.
if she was just if she was just an unhinged individual and she was just never quite right in the head from the get-go, I wouldn't have this problem with her, because it's just like, some people they just don't come out right. And, that's not like a jab at mental health patients or whatever. It's an unfortunate truth of life. And you can either play it tragically, like, I don't know, say like the Joker from,
Mm-hmm.
not like the character Joker, but like specifically the iteration of Joker from the movie Joker.
Yes.
Or you could play it kind of on the more fun side, like Jinx. It's like, yeah, she's crazy, but that's okay. She likes blowing stuff up. You're here to play video games and blow stuff up. She's here to blow stuff up. We got something in common. We're having
Yeah.
fun with it.
The thing that
You know,
leans most into that goofy anarchist personality is actually the trailer for Wild Rift, the mobile version of the League of Legends game, where Jinx is she's bored, and she just goes through different portals and just grabs a team of people, in order to fulfill her thing of wanting to blow Summoner's Rift up, because Summoner's Rift can just keep exploding. It just keeps getting reset every time they finish their antics on the Rift. So,
and that's kind of the thing, right? And this is kind of what I was saying before, where it's like crazy people work when they're best, when they're tertiary characters in a story, because they don't need to be complex. You don't really need to get in the mind of these characters. They serve utilitarian purposes in the universe that they live in. So as long as they behave somewhat consistently, they'll be okay. And to an extent, League of Legends, no matter who you main, every character in the game League of Legends is effectively a tertiary character in their own universe, because unless you go and read all the lore blurbs, none of these people are any more important than anyone else. They're just random faces and random voice lines.
Just 140 models for you to play as.
But now Jinx is the main character, and that makes her real. That makes her a person, and real people don't work the way that this version of Jinx does. They don't have one bad day and then lose their shit. I know from experience in reality and experience from literally countless other pieces of media that it takes more than this to do this to people. I know that a Jinx could not be created in the way that she has been created, and therefore I feel like I'm missing something in terms of her character development, and I don't think that the writers feel the same way. I feel like they think that because they have that that certain understanding before they coming into the show of people know who Jinx is, that it's like they can just make her crazy, and it's just like, no, that's just how she is. It's crazy shit. This is what happened. Deal with it.
Right. Yeah. Right. Let's push this on a little bit, because we spent a lot of time talking about a scene that we didn't really have a lot to talk about then.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like I said at the beginning that while I don't have as many notes as I normally do, episode 7 was the thing that I had the most things to say about. So I want to get I want to get as much as I can out of the way on episode 7, my big swan song, before I just kind of slowly drift into ennui with the last 2 episodes. So back to the tree, I guess.
Yeah, let's go to Utopia Zone, where basically Echo outlines his motivations of, wanting a safe place for Zorn and Zornites to actually live in, that they're unaffected by.
He wants to make Zorn great. He wants to make Zorn great again.
Well, I mean, he'd probably want to make Zorn, good first, and then great. I know Victor, we tried to go for great. We didn't even know how to do good. Don't worry, we'll get to that. But yeah, we get to the memorial wall.
Yeah, the mural wall.
Where this is where Echo basically says to Vi, for the first of many times, Jinx can't be saved.
So I have things to say about this mural wall. The wall itself. 2 of them.
Okay. Let's bring up the wall.
So, first thing, so I got some ice in my mouth. So we'll start off by saying, hey, at least they know their priorities. Because we got Clagger and Vander as the highest faces on the wall, because they are the best characters from Volume 1, or whatever you want to call it. Fucking Season 1, Act 1, Chapter 1.
Act 1. Let's go for it.
Divine Clagger, just sort of like Jesus-like figure.
He is center top, isn't he, of the whole wall as well? And then you got Benzo. And
who, by the way, fucking Echo doesn't say Benzo's name a single time in this entire act.
Considering he was his mentor and pretty much father figure. Apparently, there's something that comes out that Benzo wasn't his adopted father. Echo did have parents. Doesn't look like he has parents now. Where'd they go in the intervening years?
I don't
Uh,
know. But it is kind of like that is kind of fucky, right? Like he was like literally like inconsolable when he found out that Benzo was dead, and he just doesn't even say his name a single time. That's kind of sad. Get
then who
ripped,
else have we
Benzo.
got? Yeah.
Benzo deserved better.
Then here's the hierarchy on this, by the way. Pink-haired girl who got shot dead in Act 2 is above Milo.
That seems fair. That seems fair.
and then Vi. Be a
Who's
bit weird to
kind of
look at your own dead face, apparently, you know.
front and center. Also, the other thing I wanted to say about this mural, oh boy, bottom right,
Yeah.
they didn't like that person very much because that looks like it was drawn by a 5-year-old.
Probably was a
See that?
5-year-old. Oh yeah.
You see, yeah, it's like the one with like the short black hair and like the red nose and
The red
cheeks.
splotches and the red
Looks
nose,
like
yeah.
looks like a Picasso drawing. And it's just like, yeah, it's they didn't like that one very much, so they didn't try very hard.
Yeah.
It's like,
Beats
okay, we knew her, but she wasn't really like a part of the gang, you know. She just kind of hung around and ate her food. So we'll put her up there so her like whatever her kid will feel better. But you know, it's
I mean, I will have to say this. For Echo to be saying he's like effectively fighting a losing battle against Silco and the Enforcers, over 8 or so years, most of the body count were at that 8-year ago period.
is that how long it's been? Is that
We
is that
assume
canon?
that that's the case. It's not.
I've been
The
going
time
off of like
skip's
a
never
4 to
been.
5 year time limit just because it's like, you know, it's like it's been long enough that the teenage characters are noticeably older, but not so much longer that the young adult characters are that noticeably older.
I feel at this point people are trying to go for the 8 years to solve the to try and make the we talked about the Jinx Silco relationship, but we'll just say to try and make it look less uncomfortable than the uncomfortability it could be. But we don't want to go into that too much because that's not a discussion that really should be mentioned.
So is it a sexual relationship or is it a
No, it is
father-daughter
supposed to be a
relationship?
father-daughter relationship, but it's just a
Is
lot of
it
it has always
cute?
come
Is it
to.
romantic? Is it tragic? Is this real life or is this just
Well, it's the
fantasy? I
problem
don't
because
know.
that's the problem with designing Jinx as being a Harley Quinn analog at that point, and then therefore that means, oh well, Harley Quinn always loved the bloody boss that she was with, and that leads into a problem. And I don't want to go. I don't want to go far on it. I just want to go to looking at Victor on a bridge and Jace. Here you go. But here we go though. This I don't know. Jace is still a prick at this particular point. Victor doesn't help himself, but Jace is still a bit of a prick because apparently the blockade had happened in between Victor saying "I know a guy" and then coming back, which has led Jace to correctly interpret that the guy he knew was in Zorn. But
As it turns out,
but
yeah.
I guess that makes Jace a dumb boy because it's like how many other people? It's like how many guys do you think I know in Piltover who would help me with this?
Yeah, I
That
guess it's
Jace
like
doesn't already know.
it's like I guess you can kind of forgive Jace for that because like in the sense that like when you think about it, Victor literally is the only person that Jace knows who is from Zon.
Mhm.
So it's like I could totally believe that under the stress of the situation that it just slipped his mind that most of Victor's, oldest
Associates or
acquaintances
people.
are people from the Undercity. So it's like I
Yeah.
could believe that he would just kind of forget that
I mean, to be
because he does. I mean, he does
yeah,
literally. He's
he
like,
does show it, and
oh
then
right,
and he basically does. Yeah, he goes for an oh shit, sorry moment.
yeah.
You can kind of see very nice bit of the animation on that just to show that it's like I just fucked up, bollocks, that sort of idea. But yeah, just like again though, Victor basically at that point does himself no favors because Jace turns around and says to him, "Well, did you find any information?" No, he said, "Nature. You can't stop nature." So he just lied outright to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Go on.
I've also there's nothing about that Victor that I wanted to say. That it's just like so we got this shimmer bottle from Mr. Singed,
Hmm.
and it kind of makes me wonder, like, you know, maybe why doesn't Victor like try to test this shit? You know, he asks at that meeting like, does this work on plants? And instead of answering this question, he just deflects it. It's like, you're not here for the plants. And like that, I guess
Yeah,
that yes, that is true. But I would like to see what it does to plants before I see what it does to me, kind of
yeah,
thing. You know?
yeah. But again, that like you say, that sort of loops into sort of Victor's desperation at that point. It's like, no, 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 give me solution to problem, please. And
Yeah, but
Singe
it's
like, I can
like,
provide you a potential solution to a problem.
yeah, but it's just like, what are you gonna like? What are you gonna lose? What are you gonna lose by dropping this on like a seed or something? Like just a little drop, just bit, and then just be like, let's see what happens. You know, like
Yeah,
even if it's just like, even if it's like a really small scale test and it looks okay, like then I could be like, all right, I'm just gonna dive into it because I am desperate at this point. But just
mm.
like just a test, just a little bit.
uh,
All I'm saying, like, again, these people who are supposed to be smart are being reckless for no reason.
well, just how it seems to be. Maybe that's just the Valorant way. Right, so now to what I personally, for me, this is my personal best scene of the episode because of how sort of uncomfortable it is. This is the meeting of the Ken Barons.
Who are brand new people that we've knew nothing about until now.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of Ken Barons here. The big one to actually give a shit about is the one in the yellow jacket, tattooed all over the place with his metal jaw. The one named Finn, who is clearly trying to exploit a hole in Silco's control of Zorn.
Uh huh.
Um, he's played by. I should do this. I'm only saying this
Some.
because it makes sense in this. He's played by the Japanese guitarist Miyavi, who was
Mhm.
also just to bring onto this, was one of the soundtrack bits of the second episode of this act. So a little bit different to Imagine Dragons just turning up in their own, with their own song in a show.
Uh huh.
Don't get me started on that. But anyway, yeah. So he just plays this like. So in this, Finn is this slimy opportunist who he's a slimy opportunist who is almost immediately out of his depth.
The the sinister six essentially is what we're dealing with at this point.
Yeah, yeah, but completely out of the depth as they call Silco to this meeting of basically you're losing control, your lapdogs, ran away from you. What are you doing? Just out of nowhere, just cuts to a fan just shutting off in the background. That won't be important in a minute. Um, Silco is just basically then sort of turns around and go, you say I'm basically not in control, really, not in control. Well, here's a plan for you. Savika sets off a bottle of gas in the room, and now you understand why the fan isn't working anymore. Doors shut, everything's sealed, all the Ken Barons start choking on the noxious fumes of
Which,
Zorn.
which I suppose, I suppose, I guess Soko's just immune to that shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's something like, I mean, the guy's got scarring all over the place, a damaged eye. I feel that sort of a lot of the pain or like the ability to just deal with that, is there. But he starts passing out rebreathers to some of the other barons and just sits there and lets Finn choke until
Mhm.
he is absolutely desperate for the rebreather. At which point Silco takes a huff himself and then finally drops it on the ground. And it's like, now you understand what happens if I'm not in control. Good meeting.
Mm.
There you go. Silco and his many
Yeah, I mean,
motivations.
as far as Silco motivations go, it's okay. Or Silco scenes, I should say.
Yeah,
It's fine. His best one is still the one where he goes into Marcus's house, from last act. But
yeah, that's a good one.
yeah, it's
I think it's
okay. I just wish we knew more about these characters. Like, I just feel like we're just introduced to these people that I feel like we should know by now.
mm, yeah, they
It's
they
like
are definitely they
they
are
make them
act
out to be
three
like
characters.
super important people in the underworld, but it's just like, I don't know who these people are.
Mm. Well, You know, a couple of the other Ken Barons. One other Ken Baron does end up being prominent slightly, other than Finn.
Yeah.
Sort of later on. Oh god, look, it's Mel looking out over the Piltover skyline again. And
Yeah, I got a ways to go. I gotta jump. Yep.
and
There she is.
yeah. She's now. This is where sort of you start to see Mel's motivations. She has been pushing for Jace to get Hex Tech developed, but
Mm-hmm.
it's turning out that she was meant to be getting Hex Tech developed for a reason, for an international diplomacy sort of reason, and that's sort of
What do you when you're saying that? What
so.
are
It's.
you saying, suggesting? Because I'm not sure
I mean, this does
100%.
come up in the next episode as to the clear motivations as to why.
Okay, but like, let's
So
just
I'll backtrack
for the
here.
sake of it, let's just jump ahead here because I want to know if because I'm not 100% sure if I'm on board with what you're saying. I'm just want to see where your brain's at
So
here.
Mel has pushed this forward in order for Piltover to defend itself.
Right.
From what we're not clear of at that point. It's not Zorn. She hasn't been
Well,
looking at that.
I mean, her excuse up to this point has been Zon. That's what she's been
Hmm.
saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
but with the fact that she's saying that Jace is not ready yet, for something else that's coming up, and let's be honest, if it was Zorn, let's be they're a bit more ready than they would be. But she speaks to her assistant and just about, no, we need more time for Jace, to which I guess this is probably something that I figured out going ahead after watching the rest of the acts as to what she was awkward about when it comes to sorting Jace, or like steering Jace in the direction of Hextech weaponry, as opposed to just Hextech the magic.
See, to me, the way I read it, and correct me if you have references to say that for this being wrong.
Mm.
To me, I just thought it was more like so essentially. Fuck it. We're
Just go
dancing
for
around
it.
the
Go for it.
subject, and
Just say it.
we're just we're dancing around the subject, and we're not just no one has an idea what we're talking about. Essentially, so Mel is part of family from Noxus.
Yeah, so she's
They're
not a
warlord.
Piltover house, she's a Noxon house. Or at this
Yeah.
point, an outcast from a Noxon house.
Yeah, her mother sent her away to go live in Piltover, and so ever since then she's been climbing to the top to basically prove herself, do a thing. And so on that note, I thought that what was going on was that this whole tech tech thing was meant to just be like her way of essentially like proving that she had like something like so yeah, I can be awesome too, mom. Look, I took tech technology.
Yeah, and see,
And I thought
this is where I feel reading ahead has come into it, because her interactions with, well, for the sake she hasn't given a name, has she? The Medada matriarch.
her name, I believe, is Mbessa. I don't think it's actually said in the show, but that's
Yeah.
what she's credited as.
Right. Okay. Yes. So Ambassador, or basically Mummy Dearest Medada, was basically on the idea of. See, to me, Mel has tried to do this in spite of the warmongering nature of Noxus, or of Noxus, in regards to this. So she's sort of like helped Jace develop this technology. But in my mind, and this is where I get from reading ahead, her interactions and her stony nature with her mother suggest that her mother wanted her to manipulate the whole Hextech situation so they could have some nice shiny weaponry in war with other nations, and Mel's decided against that.
Well, I mean, obviously she was obviously sent away to be far too young before Hextech was even remotely a thing. So that's obviously not why she was manipulated, like why she was sent away in the first place. That's definitely not what happened. But
No, because she's sent away because she wants to be able to solve things that aren't just beheading people.
And So my understanding was that she wanted the Hex Tech mainly just to be like to prove herself, and then all of a sudden, like, word was sort of sent out towards Noxus. I was gonna name it Cardinal Direction, but I don't actually know what way Noxus is. Um, so I thought that once her mom had heard of Hex Tech, that she was then going that it was actually her plan to um push for the Hex Tech weaponry to be developed.
Mm.
And that's why she's talking like Jason, sort of encouraging the whole war thing, because she knows she wants to use those to defeat her enemies, and that is, and the whole reason that Mel is like freaked out about this and why she has that one nightmare is because she's like, oh shit, my mom's gonna come in and weaponize Hex Tech and everything's gonna be ruined, and that's why she then later on in the act backpedals and was just like, I was wrong the whole time. We should not be doing this Hex Tech weaponry thing. We should not be
Right. So
using
so
Hex
you're
Tech.
on the idea of her still having her sort of hidden motivations, but the whole idea of her mum coming or potentially coming along to try and weaponize the thing that she's tried to push and create
Because I
sends her on
think
the
that
idea of going,
I
nope.
think the Hex Tech. I think as far as I'm concerned, like she was always wanted Hex Tech to be,
Mm,
a violence-free technology because she was never a violent person in the first place, and it wasn't until like she knew that the weapons that it could be used as a self-defense measure, and it wasn't until she got that message from her mom that was like, oh, you know what, that's actually probably a really bad idea.
mm, yeah. I mean, let's
So
just
I
get it
don't know,
into.
that's how I read it.
Mm, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, we can discuss it a little bit more once we get past the fact that yes, invitation or letter has arrived. Mummy dearest is coming to Piltover.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, the Madada logo just there on the side. We finally release Caitlin from the boiler room. And she proves again, as much as she's supposed to be trying to care about Piltover and the Zorn at the same time, knocks the offer of water away from a child in view of Echo, who basically goes, "Yeah, well, see."
Where did
Until the point where Vi vouches for her, and that gets a nice Echo thing of, "Yeah, you can see what we're doing, but you're going back up topside. Just off you go." And
Mhm.
that means Caitlyn gets her. She gets her. No, we'll get to that on. We were going to basically say no, that she does get to her epiphany moment of, oh shit, maybe things are bad down here after all. But not before Jinx decides to torture Silco.
Oh, yeah. So we have this scene, right? This is the part in the show where Jinx is supposed to realize that she was wrong all along and that Silco has been taking advantage of her and that actually she should hate him because he's the whole reason her life is miserable and she's gone crazy. And then that doesn't happen. Instead, what a bunch of other
She,
stuff happens
she gets
instead.
manipulated again.
Yeah. And I'm still kind of confused because it's like, I guess, like, by the end of the act, you have no choice but to just assume that Soko actually does genuinely have seriously, like, sincere feelings for Jinx,
Yes.
which I have problems with that because they have not done a very good job of establishing that relationship. But essentially, yes, Jinx is like basically fucking with Soko at this point,
Mm,
stabbing him in the face with his little needle gun.
yeah. Which apparently that's how you stop your old body from falling apart is minute doses of shimmer directly into affected area.
They call microdosing. Um, but yeah, um, I
I guess.
guess, I guess she's, I guess she believes him now.
Yeah, and therefore rewards that belief in him by stabbing him in the eye as he wanted. That's the second
Yeah,
time, and it
It-
still does not get any better. I don't like watching sharp stuff end up into eyes.
yeah, it's a little bit like, what is
So
wrong with his eye? Also, like, what's going
the
on
the
there?
whole it's explained in Act 1. as he's talking about his drowning sequence with, his fight with Vanda, that the chemicals in the river in Zorn are just sort of highly toxic to open wounds, and he's took an open wound to the eye, which has meant that whatever guff was in the water has just permanently damaged the eye, but also to a point that he needs to basically, what's the word,
Microdose with his
yeah, so
eyeball.
he has to dose of the thing. So it's like the way of sort of extracting like something from a wound consistently in order to prevent it from getting worse. And
Okay, fair enough.
that's effectively what he's done there in regards to that. Sorry, I'm just looking at Frowny Caitlin here. Oh yeah. So Caitlin gets to explore the sights and sounds of the Zorntopia. But we then get the sort of whole idea that Caitlin knew about of course she knew about the gemstone, as they now just call it, the gemstone. Doesn't look like a gemstone. Gemstones in League of Legends are purple and shard-like. That's not a gemstone. Anyway, still, no, it's sort of,
I love that they have I love that Caitlyn and Echo have a little argument here, and Caitlin's like, "You're wrong," and Echo's best comeback is, "Say it again." And it's just like,
And Vi's like,
so
"Nope."
These are our protagonists, everybody.
Yeah,
they're
but
very clever.
The main gist on this is that Caitlyn sort of understands that Echo knows that the Enforcers are just as corrupt as any underground business that's going on in Zorn. Almost out and outs him by saying that basically he knows that Marcus is corrupt as fuck. Never says it, because that needs explaining in the finale to this episode on the bridge. But yeah, Caitlyn's now just like getting a bit of doubt on the fact that the thing that she's inspiring to be are all dirty cops, and that's why Echo does what he does.
Dirty cops. Why?
But they get to an agreement that, right, hold on. If you wanted to go to someone, I know a guy. His name's Chase. We got the council. How about we explain everything that's going on down here, and you can use the gemstone as proof that that's the case. And Echo goes, yeah, no, that's cool. In order to do that, though, I'm delivering it.
At some point in this conversation, I know that the phrase, something says they said that. Oh right, no. Echo suggested they could use the gemstone to build a weapon to kill Silco. And Caitlyn says something to the effect is like, it's like that won't. It's like that won't solve anything. It's a cycle of violence, something. It's like I don't know. I feel like if they killed Silco, that would actually solve a lot of problems. I feel like that would make a lot of bad stuff go away, personally, because he's kind of in charge of everything. And then at some point, Caitlyn says like that it's like, I know you're angry, and you'd be well within your rights to keep it. I'm like, that's actually not true. That's stolen property. You don't actually have the right to keep that.
I mean, to be fair, Echo could have just gone, all right, fine, I was keeping it anyway, but no, he sort of capitulates to this and just like goes, right, yeah.
It's just the phrasing. It's just like, I mean, it's more just like, it's like, I can't take it from you by force or something like that. It's like, I can't, it's like, I can't stop you kind of thing. It's more, it's the phrasing of, you'd be well within your rights to keep it. It's just like, he's not well within his rights to keep it. You're implying, she's implying a degree of moral superiority, imparting moral superiority on Echo when she says that, and that's not true. Righteous or not, Echo is still technically a terrorist, so he needs to, we need to chill out on the terrorist sympathy. We need to get our heads straight and focus. It's like there's a difference between, things that are right and things that are ethical.
Yeah. as we learn immediately in the scene after, or in the next couple of scenes, because we're back with Victor and Jace and Mel. Victor is trying to open the very crude device, but he kind of understands it. Of the grenade. And then Mel, decides to come in and
I like that,
request the hex tech weaponry.
I like that, just the shell of the grenade is like they have to like really delicately take it apart. It's like it's just a plate. Like it's just like it's like taking the screen off of your phone. Like that's fine. It's just suction cup. It's just
Yeah, but still,
anyway,
they're obviously wanting to be careful to keep it all, probably for evidence or stuff like that. But yeah, so Jace and Victor are all
evidence. Are you implying that there's some kind of like system of law that people have to face consequences for doing illegal things in this world? That's not a thing in Piltover. What are you talking about?
That's supposed to be the idea. When they look for a fall guy. But well, like I say, that Jason Victor's conversation gets fucked up by Mel coming in and basically going, when they ask, could they potentially use hex tech in this currently existing weaponry to make it worse? Upon finding out that could be possible, Mel sort of just goes, well, right, maybe we should defend ourselves and use the hex tech, use hex tech weaponry to go back, which Victor is not happy about. I want to do good.
Okay, yeah. So she got the letter from her mom, and then she says something about the weapons. Okay, there might be something to that. There might be something to that.
And that's that sort of...
I'm not sure, 100% sure why. I was like, I don't know. It's like, is she interpreting this letter as some kind of like, as a threat, or is she? I'm not sure what.
I feel that's what's implied, even though nothing's happened yet. But to go from Mel going, we want to benefit Piltover to, I received this letter. Oh shit, we need to defend ourselves from all opponents, Zorn and Noxus. That's sort of what comes into it. And it's at that point where Victor gets so angry at the thought of him and Jace's work being used to kill people that he nearly fucks up and blows the pair of them up.
Once again, people doing dangerous things in places where dangerous things are not being properly controlled for.
Yep.
No, not even so much as a pair of fucking goggles on this man. The fucking mad lad.
He is absolutely mad. And mad is what comes to it in a little bit as we get like this sort of little mini montage between Jace reading through his old books and finding schematics to not schematics, a childhood drawing of him wielding a hammer.
Which is his inspiration for fucking...
Or the Mercury hammer.
For the Mercury hammer. That's kind of... It's cute, but it's also like... That's a little dumb.
It's immature. It's immature, isn't it? I remembered I would look to build the biggest hammer you've ever seen, and it's also a gun. So while that's happening, while the whole Jace thing's happening, it's interspersed with Victor dosing himself with shimmer, carving runes into his leg brace and leg, and testing himself on the hex core. And that particular experiment works. We don't see the rest of it. I believe we don't see the rest of it until the next episode now. But
yeah, so I guess he does that.
So we go from that.
So he's a big dumb.
Yeah.
Because he just did this shit immediately and didn't think to test this on anything else.
No, and let's see. Further tests don't do very well. So now we have the final third of the episode is one giant scene. It's a sort of climactic moment. We're back on the bridge.
Oh yeah. So before we get to the bridge, because the bridge is where I officially lose my mind. I want to point out, it's like, what exactly did they do to Heimerdinger? Like, I understand they removed him from the council, but did they have to completely exile him? What happened?
They did actually have that during the thing, don't they? During the little montage, because there's also an explanation of Caitlin and Vi walking through and seeing all the firelights, the bugs It's like, oh, what are all these? Oh, these are firelights. I don't see
Uh-huh.
that many of them. And there was that small scene of a hooded yodel on a boat heading to Zorn. I think the way it comes up onto this is like he's no longer a member of the council, and that's just a thing. As far as I know, he's still supposed to be Professor Heimerdinger. He's just taking a walk.
Yeah, it's just like I hope like I I don't know. I hope that it's not like I don't even know what to say. 'Cause it's like
I mean,
frankly I don't even
exiling
know.
him would be absolutely cruel.
Yeah, like I assume that it's because he even says in episode 9 it's just like is he okay, I guess he's no I guess he
It's
okay he
episode
says
8, isn't it? Yeah, a character turns around and says to him, "Are you Counselor Heimerdinger?" And he goes,
right no he's just Heimerdinger. Okay,
"Just
I thought this
Heimerdinger."
a professor. I was like no yeah all right. But anyway, it's just like it's just weird. It's just like if he's doing this voluntarily, then whatever, good for him, I guess. But it's like
Mm.
if this was like his like punishment, it's just like, well, what the fuck was that all about? They seem to have so much reverence for
Yeah, I
Heimerdinger,
mean, to be fair,
despite
they say
it
it's
seems
like
like
he
it seemed
was.
like a really reluctant decision, you
Yeah,
know?
to be fair, it was a retirement, wasn't it? So it's not like
Yeah,
if you don't work for the university, you are no longer a member of Piltover.
yeah.
Please
It's just
leave
like
these walls, Judge Dredd style. But
yeah, it's just like it's just like we love you, Heimerdinger. You founded the city. Your wisdom is boundless. We have infinite respect for you. We just can't.
they,
we just think
they
that you're
cry.
getting in the way this one time.
So
Get the fuck
he,
out.
he walks up to a giant gate, and they give him one Piltover rifle with 12 rounds, and it's just like, off you go.
Yeah, it's just like word of advice: leave one just in case you get desperate.
Oh God, that is Judge Dredd, isn't it? That's the Sylvester Stallone Drudge Jed. Yeah, that would be a much better film if it was called Drudge Jed. Uh, but right, let's get onto this bridge, this climactic thing. Echo and Echo and Caitlin are now heading towards the bridge, and Vi has decided, I'm gonna split off. You do that. I'm gonna go and try and find Jinx. I can still save her. Honest, true. She can't. Jinx is watching all the way through and conveniently watches Caitlyn and Jinx hug. It's been real, Cupcake. Um, clear relationship. Clear relationship.
Yeah, I mean, I
Okay,
guess.
it's okay. It's made a bit clearer in episode 8, but
I mean, here's the thing: whether the relationship is clear or not is different from whether or not it's like actually like earned or properly established. Like they've known each other for like 36 hours tops at
well,
this point, and they really haven't really done a whole lot except argue with each other the whole time.
I mean, Caitlyn saved her life.
I
Jinx,
guess that was very nice of
Jinx
her.
hooked her up with a Jinx Vi hooked her up with a fling. Yeah,
I guess.
yeah.
It's just like I don't know.
Okay, so it's heavily at friendship, at least one of those like buddy
Sure,
cop film
I can
friendships,
believe. Sure, I can believe like a budding friendship at this point. That's totally plausible.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure I buy the whole romance thing just yet. I'm also not sure, like, I don't know what the fuck is going on in Jinx's head that she's so fucking upset about seeing them together. It's like I don't know. It's like, is it just the fact that it's like, Vi's hanging out with a Piltover person? Is she like jealous of the
It
fact that
it
they like each other? I don't.
it yeah, does read as a jealousy thing, and I guess in Jinx's head, that's Caitlyn filling Jinx's slot, and to her feeling that Caitlyn is being loved by Vi more
I
than
need to.
Jinx ever was.
It's like it's like I have to hug a blue-haired person. Caitlyn, please.
Yeah.
It's
I
just
mean, at
like
that point,
I
at
don't
that
know.
point, shouldn't Jinx rather than shoot pink-haired Firelight in the back, should just give her a hug? Just like, pink-haired person.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like it's very odd. Also, this is a problem not just in this act, but in the previous act, but it's especially egregious in this act. I do not know how or why it is that Jinx is like able to teleport all over Piltover and
Mm.
Zaun to every location that she is needed at the
Her
exact
sort of,
moment she's needed at it.
yeah, her sort of inhuman agility is And to take into account on this, she's still not fully transformed yet.
Yeah, well, it's just like she's just like it's just like it's just this problem of like logistics where it's like I don't feel like the writers care if we know like where people are at any given moment in time
Mm.
in three-dimensional space. You know, it's just like everyone is just exactly where they need to be. And, you know, sure, some people actually take the time to go places and they show us going places. But then Jinx especially is just like she's she's in the Piltover Academy now. She bypassed all the security and stole a thing and left without being noticed. She snuck into Silco's office 2, possibly 3 times without anyone noticing, just when she needed to. She's teleported over to this bridge after just being with Silco like 5 fucking minutes ago because she knew she needed to be exactly there at this time.
Mm.
And she teleports to another place where she shouldn't be, which also should have involved a whole lot of security and possible, concerns about getting noticed, which we can talk
Yeah,
about later.
yeah. That's an
She,
episode 9 business. That
she is just
that's
all
end of
over the
episode 8 and
place.
episode 9 business. Yeah,
She's just
no,
all over the place, and I was just like, it's like, how is she doing all this? How is she so stealthy and so quick and how does she have this like she has this omniscience of like knowing exactly where she needs to be too to make the most dramatic entrance at any given moment.
well,
It's
she
just
certainly knows how to make dramatic moments.
yeah.
So, yeah, we better
Oh
get to
my
this
God,
point.
hell.
Better get you to this
Um.
bridge bit so you can talk about it because right. So Caitlin and Echo are now at the bridge. They get hit with the floodlights, and Echo provides the captain of or the sheriff of the enforcers, who is we know is Marcus, a
Uh-huh.
shot of the gemstone in his um, antimatter container. It's not the Z drive. Um, to
Uh-huh.
which he gets responded by getting shot in the chest because Marcus has got desperate now. No one was supposed to know that that gemstone was missing. Caitlin needs to die because of it. Echo, he presumes, is dead because he shot him in the chest. Um,
Uh-huh.
and that's about to happen. And Marcus is trying, and he's like he wants to shoot Caitlin, but obviously he's still conflicted because multiple motivation Marcus.
Good
Um,
old good old
good old Triple
Marcus.
M.
So yeah, I guess he shoots he shoots Echo, doesn't kill him because champions can't die in this series.
Body armor.
Uh, I'm just saying, like, people that
Yeah, champions. Yeah, no, you're right. Champions can't die. Other
I
characters
mean,
can.
I mean, before we get to it, just take a moment to think about what happens at the end of this episode, and then tell me that it is even remotely possible for champions to die in this series. Yes or no?
No. Anyway,
Okay,
I
now that we
I
have
took
this
I took
established, we can continue.
I took a moment. I took a slight moment.
So
So
yeah.
anyway,
So
fire
anyways, he's got Caitlyn up against the wall. He's about to boop her snoot
beautiful
because
firelights everywhere. All
yep.
land on the guns of the enforcers and Marcus, and then they realise that they're not organic. They're mechanical.
They are, in fact, and they're Jinx mechanical, which is the best kind of mechanical.
Yep, because when something is jinx and mechanical, it's explodey. And
Yeah,
we do a wide cut of the bridge, and the most beautiful. Knowing how deadly these are, the most beautiful fireworks display on the bridge at that point. Maybe a little bit overlong because they go off like a fireworks show and they go poo 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 poo, poo and then you hear like the odd poo poo poo.
hmm.
Those
So,
those fireworks who are a little late to the party.
so this is the part. So when this is not the part. This is actually there's one thing about this that kind of bothers me. Um, so like Marcus has got a pistol, pretty much. If I want to get a good shot of it if I can. But he's got. I mean, he's got her at gunpoint. Like,
Yeah.
she's She's right there. I just want to see if I can. Okay. All right. Here's a good shot. All right. Excellent. Timestamp is would be like 3.
Why do I feel I know where you're coming at on this? If in the case of champions can't die, how the fuck does Caitlyn survive this?
Essentially, this is what it boils down to, right? So, spoiler alert: Marcus doesn't survive this explosion.
No, he doesn't even get to.
Um,
He doesn't even get to give out his full death line.
yeah, and he's like,
Tell my daughter I.
yeah, it's like early 20s is somewhere in the shot. You got a pretty good shot of it where he's got his arm fully pulled out. It's like he's pointing the gun at Caitlyn. It's probably a good 2-3 feet tops away from him.
Mm,
And and then we have the scene where the firelights come in, the fake firelights come in, and they blow up, and they cause a scene, they cause a ruckus,
mm-hmm.
and when the scene is over, we get a shot of
Every
Marcus.
non-champion character splayed out on the floor.
Yeah, they're all goo now. They're all melted. Marcus's arm has been completely blown off from the bomb. And Caitlyn is alive somehow, despite the fact that she was pretty much exactly the same distance. Like the firelight, the butterfly thing lands directly on the gun, which at that point, with a fully outstretched arm on a 6 foot tall person, it puts his face and all of his vital organs about the exact same distance away from Caitlyn as he is.
Mm.
And Caitlyn survives this explosion somehow.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that it vaporized Marcus's arm.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to give it too much, but there is the whole idea of directional explosives, and sort of it's a leap. It's a leap, but in real world, if you want sort of real world analogies, the idea of the Claymore mine, for example, you place it on the floor and it will explode outwards in a directional cone. So while a Claymore mine explodes 360, the shrapnel that is contained inside a Claymore goes in the 35-40 degree angle where it has been armed. And it's possible that the butterfly bomb or the firelight bomb just exploded, at Marcus.
Towards him, which is kind of
him.
weird because it's like, I guess it blew up his arm, but not like his face. But
yeah.
Anyway, so that happens, and Caitlyn's got a boo boo. Her arms.
She got some shrapnel on her leg.
Shrapnel in her leg. Oh boy, we're really feeling the tension now. Really
Jinx
feeling our main
well,
characters in danger.
Does Jinx generally look at who she's killing? By the way, I sort of noticed that there was one surviving enforcer that was struggling for a little bit of life, and Jinx makes a point of looking to aim at him,
and then looks away. Yeah,
looks away as she shoots him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know if that really means anything, but
maybe it could just be the fact that Jinx is already bored at that point. So I don't care.
Yeah, so I think I wrote down the timestamp, and it was 32:10. And it was that exact moment in time that I actually said out loud, involuntarily, "Oh, thank God, Marcus is finally dead." We no longer have to have Mark. I think I just repeated myself like 4 times. We no longer have to have Marcus being the worst character.
Multiple motivation Marcus has now become.
We will never understand the true depths of the Marcus motivations because
Marcus
he is
multiply
now
mashed.
died.
Yeah, we never see Ren again either. His daughter doesn't matter.
Yeah, gone. Bye. Thanks for showing up.
Yeah.
I was just like, I just thought it's just like, this is the most conflicted, constrained, confusing character, I think, in this entire series. Like, now that he's dead, let's break him down for a bit. Let's talk about Marcus.
Right.
So Marcus is first introduced as sort of like the lieutenant, like the sort of deputy sheriff of good old Grayson. who
Yep.
he butts head with, but ultimately does respect as, his superior and authority figure.
Yeah, that's not being conflicted the entire time. He has respected Grayson throughout. Not enough to not fall into his own dirty cop
Yeah, well,
issues, but
so he has that respect. Marcus, he then makes a deal with Soko because he's desperate to catch those dirty criminals.
yep.
He makes a deal with Silco to help rat out Vander and the kids.
Mhm.
But in the meantime, Grayson gets murdered. He feels really guilty about that for like 5 seconds. You know,
Well, yeah.
and he's like, "Oh my god, what have I done? I killed my mentor." It's like, "Oh no." Anyway, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So then he takes the place of his former mentor as the sheriff, and he creates this. I don't really understand like the nature of the deal that he has with Silco. Is it literally just a matter of if you don't kill my people, I don't kill your people? Is that the extent of the relationship, or do they have more going on than that?
No, I think that that's sort of the case. It's just like, you stay out of my business and let me do what I'm doing, and your daughter stays alive. Oh, and you'll also get paid.
Well, okay, but like, okay, so money is an issue, even though he like clearly demonstrated that when push came to shove, he cared about people more than money.
Mm.
He
I mean,
clearly exemplified that at the end of Act 1.
yeah. I mean, to be
Uh,
fair, from what this sounds like as well, is that Grayson, while not being as idiotic as Marcus, was also a dirty enforcer.
well, in
Given
what
on the
sense?
fact that she would, you know, I mean,
Because
she was
when you
less
use the word
dirty than.
dirty, you're implying a certain connotation. So qualify it.
Okay, she's not. She's not. No enforcer, bar Caitlyn, I guess, is squeaky clean when it comes to dealing with Zorn.
I would argue that it's less that she is a dirty cop and more that um she's more realistic, more diplomatic.
Mm.
I think that she is more inclined to be lenient with Zahn, provided that they, sort their shit out, because she's not out. Because at a certain point, like no one has died up to a point when Grayson is being investigated. Like some property damage has happened.
Mm.
There's a concern of potential terrorism going on and a break-in, but like no one's died yet. They're just looking for someone to take responsibility. And I think Grayson's approach is just more like, I don't want to have to start like a whole war here. I just want to get one person so that they get their their drop of blood.
Mm.
I wouldn't call her a dirty cop. I think that she is more of a realist. She's not punitive. She's not cruel.
Mm.
Uh, she's not as hard up as she's not as hardline as Marcus is. And
Yeah.
I think I would actually consider that a positive character trait rather than the implied negative one when you use phrases like dirty cop.
Fair.
Whereas I think that they were trying to go with more of a dirty cop angle with Marcus in the sense that he's essentially being like he's in on it, like he stands to profit or gain something by dealing with Silco.
Yeah. But then,
But the problem
actually,
is they don't
you
really
remind me,
establish.
he didn't deal with the money, did he? He was still. He got rid of
Yeah,
the money. The only coin that he had was the
yeah,
bloodstained one.
yeah, he threw away that bag of money. He kept one coin as a reminder, and the only scene in which they are shown like exchanging anything or giving anything is Silco gives him a bag of money that is supposed to go to the bereaved families of the enforcers that died. Marcus
Yeah.
isn't even keeping any of that money.
No.
So like that's not even something that he's concerned with.
Yeah. So I guess your
So
question on this is, what stopped Marcus from saying, no, I don't want to? And then at that point,
And
what stopped
and
Silco from just finding any other enforcer?
well, that's the thing. Is like, why didn't Marcus immediately upon becoming sheriff just take literally all of the enforcers into Zon and arrest Silco and every person associated with him? Like, what does Silco offer him? What can Silco possibly give him or hold over him that prevents him from doing exactly that? Like, before he even knows who Marcus is as a person, before he knows where his house is, what kind of family he's living in,
Mhm.
you know, Marcus should just immediately, like, this is what I was saying in one of our earlier reviews. Like, Act 1 should have ended with the enforcers going to war on Zon and purging that shit, because they were going to do that.
Mm.
You know, their sheriff just died. They've got, there's people who are dead in the streets,
Yeah.
and this is no longer a concern about a break-in or a theft. This is like, this
Murder.
is murder now, and they need, they need to figure out what the hell's going on.
The only other thing I can think of at that point is that Silco finangled Marcus's position of sheriff. So
Okay,
it's just like,
but
right,
to do, oh, you think
as a
he
blackmail
got
idea, it's just
you
like,
think he
yeah,
got him promoted?
yes, knowing that at that point he has the blackmail of you effectively sold out your commanding officer and the de facto leader of Zorn for money. And therefore,
Yeah,
at that point, I've got that over you the entire time. What I'll do is I'll give you the cushy little job of sheriff, but you owe me. And you continue to owe me. And the one act that Marcus did outside of Silco's remit, which was shove Vi in Stillwater.
yeah. So, and there's that too, right? So, okay, that what you just said there, that makes a lot of sense, and that would be great if we like had that scene, like if we had that scene of like, so like we understand that dynamic. And
Mm,
it's like, well, I scratched your back, and I didn't, get you thrown in prison for the rest of your life,
yeah.
along with me. It's like if we had that scene, I'd be like, okay, now I understand Marcus. Wow, what a character. Um, uh, so then I have to ask, like, this is his one rebellious act of getting Vi arrested
Mm,
instead of uh and telling what's her face that she died, which I'm not sure I still believe. Like, I'm still not sure how he came to the conclusion that she died. I don't, like, did Marcus tell, like, what did, like, if Marcus is the reason why Silco believes that Vi is dead, then what exactly did Marcus tell him? Like,
mm.
did she die in the explosion? Did he kill her? Like,
Yeah.
what could he
What did
possibly have
Marcus
told?
do to confirm to put Silco at ease that Vi wasn't going to be a problem anymore? That's what you're getting
Yeah,
at.
yeah. So that's my big question. And the second question I have on that is, if if he wanted, if he wanted to try and subvert Silco using Vi, then why did he throw Vi in jail at all?
Yeah. And then basically, as it turns out, for the rules of Stillwater is there's no sentences. You can shove who you want in that prison for however long you want. And in the case of Vi, she wasn't even registered as a prisoner in the natural sense. So yeah, look, it
Hmm.
comes down to unanswered Marcus motivations,
Yeah,
loads of
well, that's the
questions.
problem, right? A lot of questions we don't get a whole lot of answers to,
Mhm.
and that's kind of the reason why I was like, unironically, I was like, oh god, it's like, thank God Marcus is finally dead. It's like,
Then you don't have to ask those
essentially,
questions anymore.
essentially, because basically Marcus and Vi ruined everything, right? Like, together, they basically, like, between Vi, who went on the mission in the first place and did the whole break-in thing, and there's a big whole disaster that catalyzed the whole series in the first place. Vi is responsible for that, which makes her indirectly responsible for the deaths of Vander, for Milo, for Clagger. She's responsible for what happened to Jinx. Meanwhile, Marcus he manages to grab Vi right at the exact moment that she could have possibly saved the day, threw her in prison forever, which just exaggerated the problem with Jinx. And then he just cooperated with Soko for ages instead of doing the right thing and getting him arrested. Um, and so between the two of them, they almost did this. It's like they essentially performed like the ultimate spirit bomb of fail, where they put their energy together and put it into Silco to give him the power to basically just ruin everything. And
Yeah, like you say, we don't have to worry about Marcus now. I
now
mean,
he's dead.
we'll still see his face in a couple of scenes, particularly at the beginning of the next act.
Yeah, they sure do show that shot a lot, like at least
Yeah,
2 or 3 times.
yeah. Just to let you know, Marcus is dead. Right, let's get to a point where Echo decides to fight Jinx.
Yay! The
And
other worst scene.
though that
Uh,
being said, just so this does work with the character of Echo. I'm gonna say it. You'll probably find a reason why it didn't, but it works. The start of this fight is Echo swinging the stopwatch in time to the music that's going on in the back,
uh-huh.
while we then sort of see this from Echo's point of view of like a schoolyard fight, effectively, like a childhood
It's essentially a game.
fight, yeah, a childhood game of tag where Jinx has got the paintball gun and Echo is just trying to get to her without getting shot. Interspersed with what's happening on the bridge, which is Jinx is there in front of him with an actual gun, and he's trying to get to her without getting shot. Remember, this shows now in Arcane. This is the first time that Echo is able to fight Jinx without anyone else interfering. But it does it to this music, and it's all very pop arty, almost Danganronpa like in terms of its design on this. And he
Yeah,
gets
and it's
shot
like this
by
is
childhood Jinx.
yeah, and this is sort of like this is another thing I was like, I like talking. I like to try whenever possible talk about nice things. I'm not just here to be an asshole. This is a really like visually cool scene. I like
Mm-hmm.
I like everything about like the way it's shot and edited. I just have problems with the characters as they are written. I have problems with how they got here and why they're doing what they're doing. And that takes away a lot of the enjoyment I would normally get out of this incredibly well-made scene. And that's kind of like
But
been the drum that I've been beating since this whole show started.
this is where I'm going to have you on this one. Nothing in the motivations of Echo and the actions of Echo contradict any character or characterization of Echo and his obsession with time and the sort of ability to to sort of read the room in terms of a combat situation. What's impressive on this is that he's doing this without the Z drive. The character of Echo is defined in League of Legends lore as a guy who's invented a short-term time travel solution so that any mistakes that he has made, he can continue to rectify until he undoes that mistake. To a point. There have been a couple of times in the lore of Echo where he has failed. What this shows to me on this is that he was already monitoring that sort of ability. There's Reddit talk about him about the stopwatch that he uses being a smaller chrono break, smaller version of the Z drive. I doubt that
I
because
doubt.
because of the fact that if he was rewinding time and was able to do that, he wouldn't have let himself get fucking blown up
Yeah,
when hesitating in his fight with Jinx.
yeah, it's that yeah, if Zahn had time travel, Piltover would not exist anymore.
Mm,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
If even one person had it, you're all fucked.
yeah.
Time travel, you have to understand that time travel is literally the most overpowered ability you can possibly have.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you are timeless and omnipotent, right? Because you have to have, like, you can't even just be omnipotent. Like, if you gain omnipotence at some point, you're still weaker than somebody who has time travel. If you are someone who has, like, the Infinity Gauntlet,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the only stone that you're missing is the Time Stone, you can still lose. Like, that's how powerful time travel is.
Yeah.
Because all you have to do is go back to the point where you didn't have the Infinity Gauntlet, and that's it. You're
just
done.
just
You
wreck it
lose.
and fuck you over. So I
So
mean,
you
what?
have to literally be omnipotent and timeless to overwrite time travel. It's that overpowered. So
Mm,
you really need to be careful when you
yeah,
implement that kind of thing,
which
and
is
I'm
why
glad
the
that
Z
they did.
drive is not here yet.
Which, good. Yes, good.
So
S-
that's the thing.
Um,
Now the Z drive will most likely appear at some point, but that means that then will probably lead to a problem that you have to keep Echo out of some scenes that could directly affect other characters' experiences, because Echo would just undo it. However, in this particular bit, what Echo is undoing or chrono breaking in this is his previous play fights with Jinx to try and get at Jinx in a different way. And so the first combat we have with Jinx, remember the first time he tried to launch himself at Jinx, someone else went and yeeted him out of the situation. Now there's no one here, and he destroys her.
yeah, I'm a little disappointed in Jinx that I thought she was kind of OP. She seems to
I
be a pretty amazing shot, but
Yeah,
I guess
what this says to me in that the reason a lot of people are losing a fight against Jinx is that she is unpredictable. And so no one knows how to do all that stuff. So therefore, in this particular fight, Echo knows, in the sense of what she is capable of, and has adapted his way around it. Now, it doesn't stop him from having a moment of doubt, the good old classic heroic moment of doubt where you have your enemy banged to rights, and then you see something in her that goes, "Oh shit, maybe I shouldn't do this." The moment of weakness.
yeah, that moment of weakness from the guy from the only person in this in this entire
Who's
show
who's actually willing to
who has
fight
actually
her.
who has actually been explicit in saying that there is no more powder, that she's completely gone.
Yeah. He found
I
a slight shimmer, if you will, of her,
Yeah, it's
but
just I just find I don't buy the hesitation. That's the problem. I don't buy it. He Everything that he has said about his motivation, everything that we know about how he feels tells me that he should have no problem
mm,
just pounding away. Uh I mean, supposedly there is no powder, right? Like it's gone now.
yeah,
But apparently there's just enough powder to give him 1 second hesitation in
he
order
did
for
enough.
things in order
Yeah.
for plot to happen.
So she throws her bomb down and decides to go the way of what she's trying to do is the last hurrah, really, the suicide bomb. Because, well, next episode they're both alive.
Yeah, they
One
are.
one
And I
champions don't die.
Yeah, it's just like what's the point? Like what is the point? What's the
Champions
worth?
and
What's the worth in it all? Like you have this scene where it's like, oh man, Jinx has blown herself up. I guess characters can die. There's actual stakes
well,
now.
you were saying this, we were saying this, weren't we? It would take some balls to kill an established champion of League of Legends in a story related to League of Legends, knowing that they can do, because the game is just a giant what if simulator. We mentioned this,
Yeah.
and
And
believe
it's
me,
like,
if it would have been, it would have been, if they did, but they didn't.
and it's like at that point, and the annoying thing is I don't know what I'd be more annoyed by, whether it be like the actual suicide bombing or the fact that they survived. If she had successfully killed herself, then wow, that's just a really fucked character arc for Jinx that
Mm.
I would just be endlessly unhappy with for a multitude of reasons that I literally don't have enough time in the day to explain.
But unfortunately, at this point,
Um,
you're now unhappy with her for another
but
multitude of
but
reasons.
now I'm unhappy with her because she has the most grotesque plot armor I've ever seen, having survived a point blank homemade grenade explosion that is like the size of like a that's like
Well, yeah, the purple cloud of destruction was almost as big as the green cloud of destruction from multiple tiny explosives.
yeah, like that explosion could have blown up a fucking SUV. That would have vaporized her. Should have killed them both. There shouldn't be an Echo or a Jinx left, having
Well,
seen that. And so it's the only conclusion I can draw is that They wanted you to think that they had died because they wanted you to watch the next episode and leave you on a cliffhanger.
Well, mid cliffhangers anyway.
Yeah, so it's just like it's a total death fake out just designed to manipulate you and to trick you into thinking something interesting happened, and nothing interesting happened. I I I
Well,
I hate it. I hate it. I actually hate it. There's not a lot of things. There's a lot of dislikes. A lot of little things that make me angry, things that annoy me, things that confuse me, things that just kind of make me sad. I actually hated this part when I. At first, I was fine. I was like, ugh, I guess it happened. But then when I found out that it actually did nothing, that there were no consequences of this, I actually decided to hate it.
should we get you into peak apathy now then? Considering.
Yeah, so I think the amount of notes I wrote for the next two episodes is about the same as the first one, like combined. Like I wrote
Right.
2.5 pages on episode 1 or episode 7, and the next two are like barely a page each.
Fair enough. Well, let's get straight into it then. Episode 8, Oil and Water. And we start with. Wait, hold on. Is this a flashback sequence? Oh no, we had a flashback sequence in the second episode of Act 2, didn't we? The Caitlyn flashback. Hunting and Grayson. Anyway, we've got Mel in Noxus
Yeah.
in her Solari garb, which may come up as important at some point.
Mhm.
Just to try and add a thing on this, there's been a lot of Reddit discourse on this going, wait, hold on, how can Mel have Solari garb? She's a Noxan, right? If she wore Solari garb, that means she'd be part of Mount Targon, which is another area of League of Legends. It's where all the religious fanatics happen, the Solaris and the Lunari. So
Mhm.
you play Leona a lot. She's a Solari.
Okay.
I've played Diana a few times. She's a Lunari. You know, two religious cults that start in Targon, but it is possible for someone to practice the religion of the Dawn, the Solari in this case, and still be from Noxus. Okay, let's get that out of the way. There's your lore dump.
Cool. I'm glad you get that off your chest. It sounded like it was really bothering you.
Thank you. That's fine. I
So
need.
why is
Uh,
why is why is Mel's mom in shadow in this scene? Like, is there really any point to that at all? She's not. She's not
um,
a. She's not an important character. Like, she's not. It's not like, ooh, big reveal. It's another champion. It's just some
yeah,
random person.
she's not. She's just Mel's
It's,
mum. I
like,
don't
is
know
this
if it's
just
supposed to
is
hide the
it like
war
saving?
scars that you do in like see her with later on in the episode, but
Well, it's like, well, I
I don't
don't.
see why.
It's just I don't understand. I don't. It's just like, are they trying to save an animation budget? Like, they only gave her one model, and they couldn't be bothered to give her a young model for a 30-second scene, so they just made it in shadow instead. Is that all this is, or am I missing something?
I don't know. Maybe it's to just hide, you know, hide the face of the thing. I mean, what this scene comes down to is basically this stupid tough love idea that Mel's mum is sort of giving her. She brings in a captive, um,
We assume is
of
like a
a
princess or a scion of some kingdom that they've
yeah,
just conquered.
yeah, and basically asks, "What do you want to do with her?" And Mel tries to go the diplomatic route of, you know, we just send her
Throw
back,
her in a
strip her of all the
prison,
stuff, and
take all
exile
her
her or
stuff,
whatever.
throw her in a prison. It's fine, or
Yeah,
exile her. It's fine.
yeah. And Mel's mum goes, "Oh yeah, that's a nice decision." Nah, fuck that. Slice. Where we get the angled shot from the point of view of the back of the slowly decapitating head of this princess or whatnot. And basically Mel's mum's just gone, yeah, no, that's a weak decision.
Hmm.
Wolves show no mercy. We don't want you to be a fox or a wolf. There's all this talk about Mel's brother being a diplomatic guy, a smooth talker. He's the wily fox, whereas Mel's mum is the wolf in the scenario, and Mel wants to kind of be a bit of both. And Mel's mum just goes, "No, fuck off. You're a wolf."
You're a wolf now. It's like that for the wolf man. Anyway, so Mel's like having a bit of a crisis of like, oh, maybe weapons are a bad idea.
Yeah, and so
Guns are bad, okay?
she gets shocked by the nightmare, while in the background you're hearing the "Arr, arr,"
Yeah.
of the Piltover like alarm. Jace, by the way, he could literally sleep through a war.
Yeah. I mean, sure. It's very. It's It's concerning that the apparent leader of the council, which by the way, there is literally no reason why Jay should be the leader of this council.
Yeah, they
Uh,
just said
uh
that he's the de facto leader, haven't they? It's just like,
I was just like, nah, you do it. You do everything. It's fine. Um, yeah, the fact that he's the leader of the council, he just sleeps through an alarm. That's a little concerning, but okay. So anyway, Vi and Caitlyn just hanging out. They don't really do anything.
yeah, they realized that they had Echo's container and thought that they had the gemstone.
Oh right, yes. They Jinx somehow sleuthed the gemstone out of
just
Echo's
does it
thing.
in her hands, and that's where we see the fact that Silco really does care about Jinx at that point because he
Yeah,
cradles her away.
at this point it's irrefutable. Like before, you're like, oh, is it real? Is he just a really good actor? It's like, no, okay, he's actually pretty upset about this.
Yeah,
Which is again is like, still don't believe you, but at this point it's not my choice. I kind of just have to go with it. Otherwise, Otherwise, I'm just gonna be banging my head against the wall every time these two are on a scene together.
mm-hmm.
Um,
And then we head back to daylight on the bridge, and we get another scene of dead Marcus and dead enforcers everywhere. And Jace
so at
doesn't
this
have the
point,
stomach for it.
yeah, I was gonna say it's like at this point I'm like convinced that Jinx is dead, right? Like I don't know where Echo's body went. It's like I don't know, maybe it just got vaporized. But I was pretty convinced at that point, like Jinx is dead. Like her lifeless body is crumpled on the floor with burn marks everywhere. It's like she's dead, obviously. But she's not. She's not.
She's definitely not. So yeah, Jace looks at the devastation on the bridge, and his first thought is to puke.
Which, yeah, fair enough.
It's fair. I mean, I'll give it for the fact that they left all the bodies there all night. But the alarms went off in the middle of the night, and Jace and Mel didn't get over there until.
To be fair, Caitlyn and Vi are like just getting into Piltover now. Like it's possible, it's just
like a dawn, sort of.
It's possible that they were up pretty late.
Yeah.
Although it was like, what is the timeline here? Like, because it's like broad daylight in the previous episode when they're hanging out by the tree.
Mm-hmm.
So like at worst we're like late afternoon kind of thing.
Yeah.
Then they travel out of Zon onto the bridge. It's nighttime.
It's nighttime. And
now it's dawn.
Maybe dawn or sunrise, isn't it? It's very. I guess it's very early morning.
Like we're looking at like somewhere in the realm of 18 hours that have passed between the middle of last episode and the beginning of this episode.
Yeah, and let's say a few hours back, which the blockade will have only been up for a couple of days, because daylight has passed. Because Victor ended up back on the bridge, didn't he? The morning after Marcus set up the blockade.
Time is weird. I'm not sure I believe it.
Yeah, but you get some more Mel stuff. They zoom in on the broken firelight explosive. Shit's happening. We need to defend from Zone. This is about as close to an act of war as we can get.
Seems to me like they're doing pretty fine as far as like weapon and without hex tech, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like I guess Jinx is the only person who understands how gunpowder works. Like, not a single person in Zon has ever handled an explosive weapon or projected a weapon ever in their entire lives.
Yeah, sorry, I've just froze frame on the best image.
The gun control in Piltover is immaculate, literally immaculate. There is not a real world country on Earth in reality right now that has gun control that is even remotely close to being as good as Piltover's gun control.
Yeah,
like there are places like Japan, Canada, Great Britain, not even close.
to Piltover, and yet. Well, I don't know. Say about gun control. Gets a little bit lax here as as Vi, Clarissa explains it all up into Caitlyn's bedroom.
Yeah. I don't know what it was about this scene. Like, I don't really care. For something about this one shot about them coming in, that it looked kind of. I don't know. Something about that shot just looked kind of jank to me. Like, I guess I think it's just because like there was just a completely flat, totally still angle. Like, it just kind
It's
of.
probably the least animated bit of it, especially as Mrs. Kiriman kicks the door down and aims a gun.
Yeah, when I say gun control, I don't mean like gun discipline. That's a different
Oh
thing.
yeah,
When I say
Mrs.
control,
Kiriman's
I'm
definitely.
talking about like lawful ownership of
Yeah,
guns,
yeah,
keeping them out of the hands of criminals. Like she obviously probably has a gun license. She owns that gun. Like it's fine.
yeah. I sort of love
Uh,
the sort of the flip in demeanors of this as well, of like Mrs. Kiriman being the absolute "what the fuck is going on here," and Mr. Kiriman just coming up and going, "Oh, is everything okay? My daughter,
well, it's
yeah,
also,
it's all good."
yeah. I don't actually think it's necessarily inconsistent. I think that she's definitely concerned about defending her home. Uh, what I think is an excellent piece of consistent character writing is actually the fact that uh, immediately when they break in, what do the two parents do? Dad immediately goes to hug Caitlin. That is his primary concern.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mrs. Karaman is mainly concerned about Vi because Vi is ugly,
Vine's
undercity
from
person.
Zone, your ugly Zone.
Doesn't even
Well, I mean,
barely looks at her own daughter. So it's consistent from episode 1
yeah,
or episode 2 rather that Dad cares more about Caitlin than Mom does
yeah.
consistently across all
That
those episodes.
that's fair. I mean, the Mrs. Kiriman response of, "Oh yeah," Caitlin goes, "Oh yeah, this is my friend Vi. She's from the Undercity," and she just like raises an eyebrow and just goes, "Quite." It's just like, yeah, noticed because she's wearing a hood.
Dad
But yeah,
hoodie.
so we get to sort of Caitlin being treated for her boo boo, while sort of explaining what's been going on and Silco and all that stuff, and manages to
Which I
arrange
guess
him at a
I
meeting.
wonder. Do you think he just knows first aid, or do you think he's like a doctor? Like, what? He's just ripping shit out of her.
I'd hope to say that, you know, he's a doctor and he definitely doesn't like profanity.
Like he's got like a little toolkit.
Yeah, I
Like this
I
is something that he does.
yeah, I'd probably say
Yeah,
that
I would have
that'd
to
be the case.
say like that looks pretty. That looks like well, it looks like doctor's tools to me. Like
Yeah,
yeah, I
so
guess
let's
he's like a
say
surgeon or something.
yeah,
Good.
either that or he's a very good quality Piltover and first aid kit. That every house is meant to have. But yeah, no, I do like the bit where where Caitlin argues with her mother at this point. It's just like, we're having to deal with all this stuff's going on his own, and I've seen it, Mum. All this stuff, but you've got the people who just exploit everyone for their own nefarious ends down at the bottom, and then you've got us at the top who just don't give a shit. Ow, as that's apparently the one distraction for Doctor Dad to pull out a piece of butterfly shrapnel.
Yeah, and it's I like that it took a long time, but this is actually one of my I guess one of my last big positives is like I like that we finally have like a proper image of Mrs. Karaman at this point. Like it's
Mm,
taken forever for her to properly like actually establish a character because she's kind of been flip flopping a lot.
mm,
It's like yes, okay, she is just an aristocratic lady who's concerned about appearances and stuff. She doesn't actually care about
yeah.
people's well being. She
That
just
would yeah,
cares about
that would
she just cares
explain
about
her
image.
on off nature with Jace right at the beginning of the series.
Yeah, and again, Dad is just he's just here to take care of Caitlin. He's just worried about his daughter, and that's all that really matters to him, and that's good.
Yeah, I mean
And
that being
that's
said,
good.
she
I
does a
like
slight. Mrs. Kerman does do a slight sacrifice of her image by saying that she can arrange a meeting with the council to discuss all the stuff.
yes,
You know?
thanks to Dad intervening and be like, hey, you know what? Our daughter's not like insane. Like she might have a point here. Like give her a chance. And it's like,
Yeah,
fine, husband, I'll do it.
yeah. So you'll need your time to prepare. Um, which they prepare on the bed later on. Anyway, right. So this. So the Kiriman's house is not the only place where doors are getting kicked in.
Yeah. So then we find out this is, I guess, the official confirmation that Jinx is not dead
Yeah.
because he immediately rushes all the way to
Singe's lab.
Singe's lab, which I would like to take this moment to establish that according to the amount of time that passes between events like what Victor does and when Victor goes to see Singed
Mm.
and the amount of time it takes for him to get back, based on the logistics of that, I have reason to believe that it is like a 6 to 8 hour trip each way to get to Singe's lab from that bridge. So I don't know what kind of injuries Jinx has that she can just hold on for 6 hours while Silco drags her
Maybe
ass.
she still had a little bit of her teleportation power left to just whoop
Oh
her and
yeah,
Silco.
She lent him her personal
Whoop.
teleportation device, and they just flumped there.
But
Silco just ran. He just ran really fast.
yeah, I mean, maybe he could run better than Victor could, to be honest.
I guess, yeah. I mean, instead of a 6 hour trip, it could be like a 2.5 hour trip, maybe.
Yeah, but yeah. So that's
She only bled to death a little bit.
yeah. But yeah, no, he requests or demands really of Singe to save my adopted daughter, and Singe's like, okay, I can. It's going to be fucking painful. She might not live. Do you think she will? And Silka's like, no, she will. She'll pull through. And Singe just decides, well, you don't need to watch this procedure. This is this is my personal procedure. Knocks out Silco and just puts him in a chair.
Yeah, and it's just like, yeah, that's probably fair, I guess.
Silco knocked
Although
out in a chair is also foreshadowing, so you know.
Yeah, I'm also not entirely sure what it is about. I'm not really sure what it is that Singe has to do to Jinx that involves so much cutting and blood and stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
and Shimmer, because there's quite
like,
clearly an
well,
infusion.
like I can believe Shimmer is like what he uses primarily to like revitalize her, because
Yeah.
it's like, for what it's worth, Shimmer has been relatively consistent. That you can use a small amount of it to give yourself a little bit of a high. You can use a moderate dose to give yourself a little bit of a vitality boost. You can use a lot to turn yourself into a big monster creature.
Yeah.
It's like I can believe that that's what they're doing. My question is, why all the blood on the table? I don't. What did he do to her? He like did he like flay her and replaces her skin with new skin?
I
Like
mean,
what?
yeah,
Like I
I
don't know.
don't know. She's just, yeah,
He
she's
just
changed.
he just likes cutting people that are on his table. It's just like, let's
I
just
mean, at
see
the
what
end of the day,
happens.
he's also a
Stab, stab,
scientist,
stab.
isn't he? He's probably tried dissecting her in the middle of doing that, keeping her alive with Shimmer. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
just be
not.
like, he's like,
He's
ooh, what's this? I haven't seen. I
yeah.
haven't.
I mean, it
It's been so
happens
long
as
since
a
I had a live victim.
yeah, it happens as a small scene, so we might as well mention it now, and then we'll go over. His bedside manner is awful. Now, while Jinx is delirious and is picturing that Caitlyn and Vi are out to kill her, and sort of a Caitlyn singed hybrid happens that basically goes, I am I'm afraid to say that this procedure will hurt quite a lot. It's just like, wow, singed, man, come on, patient, not subject, sort it out.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it's
I think we've
consistent with
established.
Sin's character that
I think we've
basically
established
everyone's
this
the
point
subject.
that he doesn't really care.
Yeah.
He's just like he just wants an excuse to do sciencey shit to people, and that's fine, I guess.
Yeah. So, to then backtrack slightly or to move on from the actual original scene, we get Finn trying to test Savika's loyalties.
Yeah, trying to recruit her. And it's like on one hand, Finn actually has like a point. Like Silco is actually like kind of a loser and is like kind of letting Jinx get away with. I mean,
Literal
murder,
murder.
obviously, literal murder, but like also metaphorical murder in the sense
Yeah.
that like the whole place is kind of falling apart, and he's allowing it to happen. On the
Yeah.
other hand, it's like I think it's easy to say that Finn would be just as bad, if not worse. So
Well, I have to say, on the other hand, Savika's upgraded her metal arm. It now has a
yeah,
giant switch knife.
yeah, it's like a switch machete.
Yeah. She apparently just the clawed stab fingers aren't enough. We now need something with a bit more penetrating power to gut stab someone. But that scene ends up being left with Finn lighting Savika's cigarette and basically going, your loyalty, it can shift, right? For the greater zone good, yeah.
Well, yeah, I
And
mean that's a pretty standard like
it's a standard loyalty
visual
testing
metaphor.
sequence, isn't it?
I mean, it goes back to the day. I mean, it goes back to like the days of like the peace pipe and the
Yeah.
Native Americans. It's it's just it's like, hey, I light your pipe, you smoke it, we're on talking terms. That's
Yeah. It's just how it
ancient
is.
visual metaphor.
Yeah.
Uh,
We get to unshadow Mummy.
Yay, Ambessa, and like I say, it's just a normal person. It's not
Yeah. Bunch of war scars
different.
that just proves that she's like a Noxus general, but other than that, yeah. She's supposed to be the older, wiser Madada. Argues with Mel about trying to help to prepare Noxus for war, and you can get us back in our good graces. Oh, by the way, your brother died.
Yeah. It's like, yeah. So Mel's brother died. Apparently, there's a war going on, and
Yeah.
her motivation is she wants to get a hold of Hextech weaponry to turn the tides and go on conquesting.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Hey, you know what? You know what that is? That's like a character motivation. Even though she's like a really basic character and her arc does not get resolved remotely in this act, and probably see more of her in season 2. It's a clear and concise motivation. It is established she has a legitimate reason to want weapons, and she is pushing a person who is in a position to potentially have these weapons produced to do that. Boom.
So
look at that. Easy. This
that
is
pretty
easy.
much happens. And Mel pretty much goes, nah, not doing it.
Well, it's like, I'm not gonna give Noxus Hextech weapons. Are you fucking great? Like, even if you are my
mad?
family, like, absolutely not.
Yeah. Are you mad? I was almost expecting at that point. It's just like, are you mad? And just Jinx to just pop out of camera, stage right, and just go, yeah, I am. No. So,
So then she decides to
she
go
goes
hang out
to
with,
sample the local delicacies.
AKA Steven Tyler.
Yeah.
That's what I had to think about like what he looks like, but like that's exactly what he looks like, right? Like like peak Aerosmith Steven Tyler.
Peak Aerosmith Steven Tyler with the voice of Tarek.
Just like sweet
crazy. So she goes out to sample the local delicacies, and she'll have a scene with Jace later while she's mid sampling those delicacies. I love that.
Like, I don't know if the writers / animators of Arcane thought that they created like, I don't know what it is. I feel like MILFs have really hit their stride in the last 10 years or so, and I don't know if Arcane thinks that they've created their own.
What have we got here?
They
Gilfs?
didn't.
Gilfs? Nox and Generals, I'd like to. Anyway,
Yeah, it's like they didn't. Let's just put it that way. I was very uncomfortable that entire time.
Well, so was Jace. But so we're back in Caitlyn's bedroom where Vi is impressed and slightly concerned about Caitlyn's conspiracy theory map that she just has, just at the foot of her bed. It's just like, oh, I'm really impressed you did all this without ever going down to Zorn. And I said,
It's like, wow, look. It's like, hey, you've been saying this thing the whole time.
Yeah.
Or
You
were
don't know
right.
anything.
And then it's like, well, it's like Vi's been saying, it's like, you don't know anything. You're dumb. You don't know anything about
She
how the
clearly
world
does.
works. And it's like, oh, actually, you know quite a bit. How about that?
Yeah, you're obsessive, but you do.
At least she doesn't sign every piece of evidence with her name.
Yeah, because that would be a little egotistical, I'd say. But
so
just every
Ryan,
time that comes up.
we're on it.
Yes.
I'm gonna role play as you for a minute here. I'm gonna do your thing.
Okay.
Because you like to talk about things like this all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a number. Just a ballpark figure how many fan fictions do you think before Arcane was made
Mm.
that featured these two characters in this particular room on this bed? How many fan fictions do you think?
Ah, before Arcane,
These two
not
characters
that many. Maybe like
In Caitlin's bedroom on her bed.
maybe a couple of dozen. You know, so that'd
That's
be a
fair.
decent amount.
I don't know how robust the fan fiction community is for League of Legends. Probably there's probably a lot. I don't really know.
Oh, but let's just say post Arcane, it's fucking popped off.
Yeah. I bet. I bet. It's just like I just see that scene, I'm just like, yeah, you've done it now.
Yeah,
It's all
I mean,
over.
so the way that Jinx and Caitlyn, Vi and Caitlyn are lay on the bed. Vi is opening up completely about this, the stories she used to the games and the stories that she used to play with Powder. Um, in regards to protecting her from the monsters and blah blah blah, and then just reverting to Silco as the monster we created, which is funny considering what the monster what Jinx says Vi created in the next episode, but we'll get there. But
Yeah, it's
yeah,
like she says he's like, and then a real monster showed up and
that's the
I just
one.
ran away.
Yeah,
And I ran away. And it's like, I mean, yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
I
kind
mean,
of.
she did, and she was had every intent of going back had it not been for multiple Marcus motivations.
Good
But
old Marcus. Like I
yeah,
said,
was
like I said, between the two of them, it's just like spirit bomb of fail. Together they ruined everything. They
yeah.
destroyed Jinx together.
But yeah, therefore, and I said before about sort of the hug of being the defining moment of the Caitlyn Vi relationship. I was wrong. Caitlyn stroking Vi's face and then locking hands. I'd say that is the big motivation, motivation or sign of the relationship of Vi and Caitlyn. I mean, maybe this is just me. Maybe this is just me in the way I deal or don't with relationships. But I don't just randomly stroke, people's cheeks and hold hands with someone that I don't have, at the very minimum, a platonic relationship with.
The very minimum. And
So
it's it's not like it's not like I got anything against these people having in a relationship. God forbid I God knows the last thing I need to add to my repertoire of things that people hate me for is whatever homophobia. It's definitely not where I'm coming from. I just really, and this is just me, my ennui of just like a big sigh instead of going to a whole thing about it. I was like, I just really wish they had more time to flesh out their relationship, more than like a day. I just kind of wish there was more going on.
it's
Fine, I
compressed.
guess.
I
It's
mean,
compressed.
in any sort of expanded amount of time, this is clearly the beat points of an organic relationship developing.
Yeah. Like if
Just in
this was
your
like a
ideas,
10
just two.
episode, like if every act was a season and everyone was
Mm,
like a 10 episode season of a show, like you could get them together, episode 1, and then you could have them doing a whole thing in the underworld for like, I don't know, a week, 2 weeks, whatever,
yeah.
over the course of, just investigating, trying to deal with Silco, maybe taking a couple early stabs at him. Maybe one of the things they could do, maybe they could find out where Silco's manufacturing Shimmer, and like then that information can be used later.
Except that,
Uh,
except that Vi already knows. And
yeah, but that's
well,
just like maybe she doesn't. You're the writer. You have infinite power. You can. She literally just got here.
mm,
First of all, I don't know if you know this or not. She's been arrested for 5, 8 years. She
yeah.
just got back to Zon, so like she could not know that, and
Mm,
then with Caitlyn finds that out.
figure it out.
You know, you
Though I
get to
guess
like
that
you get to tie a few story elements together, and they get to bond. It's
yeah.
great.
The only thing is, and this is probably just logical leap of faith that I'm doing here, is that Vi studies Caitlyn's conspiracy map, and that's why she knows the information when she speaks to Jace later on in the episode. But again, that's a logical leap of faith. It's not a confirmed thing. But we'll get to that bit.
The point I'm trying to say is like you could they could have done more with this, right?
Hmm,
Then they could have done more with a lot of things.
fair enough. Right, let's catch up with Heimerdinger, shall we? Heimerdongle, because we skipped past the Jinx on the operating table thing. Okay, Silco threatens Singe to ask where she's gone, and she's just yeeted. But yeah,
Oh,
Heimerdinger.
yeah, I like the idea that Silco is threatening Singe's life. It's like, what did you do to her, you motherfucker? And
And
I'm
Singe
just
just
like,
goes, I saved
me,
her.
and it's like, well, and me as the audience, my total meta speculation is like, bitch, please, I'm a champion. You can't fucking kill me. I'll fucking kill
Yeah,
you. Who are
yeah,
you? You're
Silco, but
nobody.
Silco, be careful, you're not a champion.
It's like, do you have a champion in League of Legends? I don't think so. Back up.
Yeah, excuse me. I want to get back down to my what people on Reddit have been hoping for one day as a second series of Arcane is just watching a bunch of enforcers slowly choking to death on fumes as they're trying to chase a man with a giant purple bottle on his back.
It's like, la, 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 la,
So
la.
yeah, so Heimerdinger
Yeah,
experiences Zorn and realizes one, it's bad down there. Two, no one quite cares for his help.
no, no,
Um,
they don't seem to be particularly interested in him.
yeah, I mean he does manage to impress a small Zornite child by magic tricking a spinning top just out of a few nuts and bolts that she found.
Well, I'm wondering,
Uh,
like, did he like, did he whip that together, or did he already have that, and it's just kind of like a sleight of hand thing, like, whoop,
ah,
ta-da!
Heimerdinger, master magician.
It's like you give me this stuff. It's like, oh, this is my exchange, whoop-ha, kind of thing.
Yeah, poor kid doesn't
But
even get the spinning top because she gets dragged home. But that's where he then ends
yeah,
up on the river and notices, in his eyes, a very impressive hoverboard. He could picture some
he's like,
improvements to the blades,
I
but
could fix this. They're not aligned very well. Kind of neat, I guess. And then
which
what's up? Sorry, what's up?
no, that was about to say that's where it was about probably just interrupted you as well, but just echoed just like no, it's actually correct. It's tailor made for the fissures where I am.
All right, yeah, because the air is denser there. It needs to work differently. It's
Yeah,
fine. Also, Echo's alive.
yeah. Echo's
He did
here.
not
He's
get he was not vaporized by the point blank grenade that blew up in his face.
yeah.
He in fact dove off the bridge, and I guess he got a boo boo on his knee, and that was it.
He says he sprained his ankle, but in a later scene, when he heads back to Zorntopia or whatever you call it, the Firelight Hideout, his big, his brother in arms, the giant purple big-eared thing, clearly knocks his knee into place. You hear a sort of pop, so it's just like, yeah,
So a grenade goes off in his face that could have blown up like an entire caravan of SUVs, and he comes away with a
a
dislocated
dislocated
knee.
knee. Yeah,
Nice.
so
Plot armor is strong here, boys.
it is. So that's where we sort of meet. Sort of the Heimerdinger is like, you're Councillor Heimerdinger, right? And it's like,
Oh God. Just go ahead and jump past that.
ah, you jump past the bit that I've left it freeze framed on. Yeah. Yeah. So
Oh God. Just get to the end of this
yeah,
scene
Councillor
and then
Heimerdinger is just Heimerdinger, so that's fine. Right. So to save Duncan's graces, we're going to then just move on to the um, Jace and Mrs. Madada scene where she's basically just said, right, I've not managed to convince Mum, let's try and convince Dad. She provides the same sort of argument as to why Hextech weaponry is required that she sort of gave to Mel, tweaked a little bit to sort out Jace's, sort of issues with the Undercity and such.
yeah. And also, I find it weird that like the scene starts with like Medarda being all like "Brr, brr, 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 weapons. You should make weapons." And then at
Mm.
some point, Ace was like, "Oh my God, you're Mel's mom." And I'm just like, "Why are you two even in the same scene together if you don't know who this person is? Like,
Yeah, what did
who is this?"
Jace was just Jace walking past and just happened to notice her?
Yeah, it's like either this person that he doesn't know and has no authority over him summoned him here under mysterious circumstances, or he just happened upon the scene coincidentally.
Just to
The
show her
first one
tits.
is more the first one is more plausible, but it's still kind of like, why? Why did you follow this random unknown summons?
Yeah.
So anyway, that's just again, it's one of those like it's like I was saying at the beginning of this episode. It's like it's one of those micro issues.
Mm.
It's just like it's a really easy thing to just ignore because it's not a big deal, but there's no reason to have it there because it's a really easy fix of just like,
Yeah.
yes, this is a Noxian warlord who has summoned you, which would draw your attention if you were, the high member of a council. Be like, all right, I guess I'll go talk to this person and hope they're not like here to demand a tribute or some crazy shit, And then you can be like, oh, you're Mel's mom. Easy. Easy stuff. These easy fixes. Takes a second to think about this.
Well, anyway, speaking of stuff not getting fixed, the council meeting, we invite Caitlin and Vi in and talk about, all the issues that have been happening with Silco and the investigation done by Marcus of the Enforcers, which, considering that the investigation was done by Marcus of the Enforcers, explains why it went so wrong and why he ended up mush on a bridge.
Is that who did the investigations? Is Marcus the one who did that? Is that the canonical
I kind of
explanation?
sort of go on the idea that this investigation was done by the Sheriff of Piltover. Oh, the same Sheriff of Piltover that let it all happen. Come on, guys. Book up your knowledge.
I guess Silco wasn't on their radar until after Marcus took power. Never had any suspicions about him back in his industrial days when
they'll have just...
Caitlyn apparently his famous industrial days where Caitlyn apparently knew about him when she was a grade schooler.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But they managed to come to a conclusion that, oh yeah, maybe we should just negotiate with Zorn. And that pisses Vi off. It's like, what? Negotiate? He couldn't give a shit about any of you. He's effectively said so.
He will murder everyone in the universe that isn't from Zorn.
Yeah. So,
which up until this point is kind of true. I mean, he's been wanting war with Piltover for a long time.
Yeah. Because he's felt that the war is what will then make Zorn independent from everyone else. If the war happens, at least then, if there's a ceasefire or shit that happens afterwards, as long as Zorn is not part of Piltover anymore, that's fine. Acceptable losses. But, regardless, that pissed Vi off and she storms out through the big fancy door. It's like, can you eject her? No, I know where the big fancy door is.
And then Caitlyn and Vi have their sad anime moment where they're sad and in the rain and they have to go away from each other.
Yeah, they have their anime breakup phase. Oil and water. It was never going to happen. Sorry, gotta go. Bye.
Which is like, again, if this was a better established relationship, I would have loved to have like a moment where it was like, a little bit more explicit. Obviously not in the moment, but like more explicit, at least retroactively, that this is less about Vi giving up on Caitlyn or removing her from her life, and more like, I realize now what I have to do, and I just don't want you to get hurt, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like she does immediately go and find Jason.
Jason,
and they go fighting people.
Let's go punch shit.
It's like if that was, I feel like if that was made a little bit more explicit, it'd be like, okay, she's just doing a thing. It's fine.
Yeah. So Victor has his Forrest Gump moment.
He does. He's playing around with his magic legs.
Yeah.
His literal isn't that what he calls what does Forrest call his
I think he does call them his magic legs, doesn't he?
Magic shoes or magic legs or something like that. And then but like these are like
legs.
actual like literal magic legs.
Yeah. Which is why I say it is absolutely a Forrest Gump moment. So he proceeds to try and tinker a little bit more. Except he tries to do the same thing without the use of shimmer because he's ran out. And at the same time,
so hard.
Yeah, at the same time, his assistant and love interest to her, in her
one-sided
Sky,
love,
unrequited love, is that what they call it?
That's the one.
Yeah. So Sky is trying to walk in and wants to share research. I don't know why you need to do innuendo. You did a literal fucking sex scene in Act 2. But only busts open the door to find that Victor is now getting taken. Well, basically, the Hex Core's fucking up Victor because he's not got the shimmer to counteract the effects.
It's giving him the big suck.
Yeah, and Sky tries to
So
save him
before
and
yeah,
becomes
and before we tell,
melty.
I was gonna say is like before we get into that, I was gonna say is like, so this is the part where Victor officially shits the bed as far
Oh
as a
yes.
character. So yeah, Mel, despite being further away from the hex core than Victor, is vaporized.
Well, she tries to grab him and pull him off the hex core, and then the thing just sort of explodes, keeping Victor fine for some reason. Well, keeping
Which
Victor fine
again,
because he's a champion. Duh.
right? Because
Champions can't
champions
die.
can't die in this show.
Yeah, and Sky just becomes dust.
Yep, yeah, totally vaporized.
Yeah,
Uh,
and
so this has major. So like at best, this is an accident that would absolutely get Victor fired and possibly thrown in jail.
oh, this would be a still waterable offense, definitely.
Like, so like, it would be really strange if, you know, we went forward in this story from this point, having experienced this tragedy and not dealt with any of like the ramifications of this moment. It would be very strange if they just decided to have a little funeral and then not concern themselves with what this means for Victor as like from like a legal standpoint.
Mm-hmm. That's a good
That would
point.
be very strange if that happened, right?
That's a very good point. So Jace builds the Mercury hammer, and
Right, yeah, so Jace builds the Mercury
well,
Hammer.
right. So I made that as a joke, by the way, and Duncan would have probably been in on that. But yeah, that happens. We hear fuck all of it until halfway through episode 9. Nothing happens.
Guess she doesn't have a family that's worried about where she is.
Yeah.
Doesn't have anyone to come home to and be like, "Hey, mom, I'm home." It's like, "Oh, hey, did you get in with that Victor boy?" He's like, "Nah, he's still clueless, but I'm working up my courage. I'll get him next time. I swear." No,
Nope.
yeah, no.
Nope. Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. So Jason Vi join forces
Hooray!
reluctantly on Jace's side, definitely. Um,
Also, one of the only good lines of dialogue Vi's had in this entire show. Like I'm not saying like every line of dialogue she's had is awful. Like obviously she's had plenty of dialogue that was completely neutral. The bulk of it is just fine. Like whatever, it's dialogue. She's had some bad lines of dialogue that I've pointed out here and there. But like probably the only like really really good line of dialogue is when she talks about how she calls out Jace's threat of having her arrested. And she's like, "You just do that whenever you feel like it, don't you? You don't even really understand what that means, like what it's like to go to prison and how that like just
spend
destroys
every
people."
day be in a concrete box for days, months, years.
And Jace is like,
Yeah, you're right.
no. Yeah, she's like, "Nah, I don't actually. That's now that I think of it, that's actually kind of fucked up."
Yeah,
um,
yeah. Fair point.
I was like, yeah, I was like, okay, how about that? That's like, hey, that's like a thing. So yeah, they basically decide they're gonna work together. Vi's gonna fist some people,
He's going to use the
and
Atlas gauntlets, and Jace has got the
Jay's
Mercury
gonna
hammer.
Jay's gonna swing his hammer around, not at Mel this time.
Yeah, and we get a fight sequence for quite a few
Uh,
minutes actually, because
and once again, I'm gonna okay. So basically, the setup is they make their way into
a
one
shimmer
of
processing plant.
Silco's shimmer processing plants. And they arrest everybody there. Things go a little bit awry when they activate some chemtech drone
There,
people.
the turbo chem tanks.
Yeah.
So they're the item that is from League of Legends. It's just a giant tank that you just pump gas shimmer into, and it makes you incredibly mentally beefy, powerful, and fast. You just become war tanks.
Yep, and
And
I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna do a Ryan again. I'm gonna roleplay Ryan.
oh, here we go. Not used to this
Ryan,
twice, let alone once. Right, go on.
Ryan, I have good news.
You have good
I
news.
have good news. We can finally agree on something.
Okay,
This is a good fight scene. I enjoy it a lot.
good.
It's a very nice fight scene. They actually have super powerful technology, so
Yeah.
like superhuman feats are a lot easier to swallow.
Hmm.
Good choreography, just
It
good
goes to the
good stuff.
beats of the soundtrack that's in there as well. Works with it, which we said before. This is the soundtrack is Snakes by Paris, who did the World's 2021 theme, and um, Mayava or whatever his name was, the guitarist who plays Finn. So that's where that all loops together. And yeah, the fight goes well. Jace is absolutely whacking it with that unwieldy hammer in the melee form. Vi is just pummeling dudes with the Atlas gauntlets and just absolutely making full use out of them. And then
Yep.
Jace fucks it all up as he goes into his pulse rifle mode and is just firing out of control bullets at these turbo chem tank soldiers and hits a kid.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, a little bit of could get caught in the crossfire.
Yeah,
Kind of brings down the mood a little bit.
yeah. As that point, so yeah, kid falls off a balcony, lands on
Not
the floor with a thud.
not entirely sure how the kid managed to survives getting hit with a giant laser and then also falling like 30 feet. He actually like survives that somehow.
Yeah, long enough
Briefly.
for Jace to find him and watch him bleed out and just die. So there's the whole unwritten thing in media and films and TV is generally don't show the on-screen death of a child. Is a big thing. Some shows have been pushing the edge out recently. Some have been showing the after effects of the death of a child, but don't usually
This
show the death of a child on
well, this
screen.
kid definitely dies on screen, right in our
Oh yeah,
faces.
absolutely, definitely does. So
It's
Riot
either
turned
one of
around and
those
said, "Oh right, this is the one trope we don't want to do. Let's kill a kid." I mean,
yeah,
technically they
yeah.
killed kids beforehand in Act One, but they were like teenagers. This is clearly like a preteen sort of child.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. Fuck the kid. I don't care.
Well, yeah, no, Jace also looks around at half of the workers and notices a lot of the people working there. Some of them are adults, but a lot of them are children, and it's just
A
like
lot of kids. A lot of
it's like,
kids.
oh fuck, I shot the one
Yeah.
kid. Oh dear. And so Jace has obviously had one of his arrogance moments, humbling him, immediately again. Reckless abandon. It just seems to happen. Uh, and then the episode ends with a hot shower scene. Caitlin.
I think they do a pretty good job of. I think they do a pretty dignified job here. It's not really like you don't really see anything.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't. I mean,
It's framed in a very like it's not flattering. I would say like it's just like yeah, it's okay. There's her got a bleeding leg. There's her
all
shoulder.
6 foot of
I mean,
Caitlin.
I mean, if you got problems with like you got things about like shoulders, then I guess yeah, you'll probably be
Yeah.
excited. But
Well,
yeah, it's
I mean, to be fair, my
fine.
idea when I say hot shower scene, I meant the temperature of the water. I mean,
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it's pretty. It's toasty, you know.
yeah. But the episode
Problem with
ends
those
with.
hot shower
Oh,
scenes, though, is they have a tendency to dilate your blood vessels because the bleeding happens. It's a whole thing. You gotta be careful with that.
yeah. So
So remember
so
what I
they
said about a certain character being able to
just
go
teleport in and
places?
out. Yeah, very very last shot of the episode is Caitlin looks and realizes that on the steamy mirror there is a monkey symbol, and she's seen that many times to know who that means. And then a pink-eyed Jinx is just shadowy there in the background, and cut to black credits.
So on top of not knowing how the hell Jinx managed to teleport all the way here instantaneously after getting cured, when we've
Mm.
already established that it's a hell of a hike between Singe's laboratory to Piltover.
Yep.
Like a hell of a hike. It's like a day's. It's like a whole day. And this is still this fucking the same day that fucking Vi left. So on top of
Indeed.
that, she also immediately knows where Caitlyn's house is,
Hmm.
and gets there with rousing no suspicion, not tripping any alarm.
No sounds of blunderbuss from a wildly firing Mrs. Kiriman.
Yeah. So
So
I don't know what to do. Like again, it's just like this is one of those things where it's like I could have a whole rant about this. It's just like it's just whatever.
well, she'd been doing it all series for you, mate. That's just
Yeah, and it's just like it's great. It makes it better somehow. It's,
yeah.
mm,
Right. Well,
dumb.
give you more to think about then. But the last episode of the series, episode 9, the monster you created. Very first shot, immediate first shot. You know that dead child? Well, he's still dead.
Hasn't undied recently.
No? Jace does the dignified close the eyes thing.
That's okay. That kid is responsible for like 10 enforcer deaths, so fuck him. He's
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, because he set off the alarm, wasn't he? It's the same kid that set off the alarm is the one that got.
that's
Well,
the one.
yeah. So Vi doesn't help in this point. Really doesn't help and just goes, yeah, well, here's death. That's the price. It's the price of war, Jace. Deal with it. And Jace is like, fuck, I will deal with this. We need to sort this out in another way. This flips Jace again back on from war to negotiation. He spent like the entirety of 2 acts just going, no, we need to find a way of dealing with this peacefully, and Hextech's a good thing, we shouldn't use it for war. He has one fight with Hextech weaponry and goes, shit, no, that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
Back to diplomacy. Come on.
Yeah, he's kind of just flip-flopping all over the place. It's like Jason Act 2 was like peak Jace. Like Act 1 Jace was like garbage tier. Like I literally don't like this character at all. I actually want him to suffer. Act 2 Jace is actually like pretty good. Now Jace Act 3 is just kind of confusing. I just don't really know where his head is at most of the time.
Yeah, but I guess maybe at that point it's sort of clear that sort of Jace's head, he doesn't know where he's at.
Yeah.
We
And one of
have
the yeah,
I was about to
and
just say
Jace
that we
does
go on.
and
Go on.
Jace does or Vi does point out things like, you know, it's like, hey, you know, this is like, I mean, this kind of it's partially your fault too. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
your
like,
inaction caused this shit. You know, can't just sit there and bulk out when something gets hard now.
we also have to have the obligatory like fake out fight scene.
Yeah, the
Of,
Mexican
like, well,
standoff.
we're gonna fight each other, which again is like, you know, it's no secret that I have problems with Vi as a character.
Mm.
And she's also like, and so like, Jace allows her to use these gauntlets to go to war with Zahn because, you know, that's
Yeah,
it's like, well,
he
you
does
know.
warn her that she'll lose.
Well, no, I mean
She'll,
the
she
problem that I have is before that. The problem I
Oh,
have is that he's like, you know what, take those off. Like those aren't yours, and I revoke my permission for you to have them. And she's like,
mm.
make me. And she's like, oh, okay. So she's like being possessive of technology that's not hers. That's very mature.
It's very
Um,
Vi.
I
Always hot
guess.
headed. I mean, there was something that
Great.
we did miss. There was something that we did miss at the beginning of the act, where you know she's calling out Echo for not being able to fight properly, and he's a bit of a thing, and Echo just goes, yeah, who did I learn that from? It's like, well, you should have been able to do this. It's like, well, you should learn not to block with your face. Which is just a sort of clear by thing, and that actually comes back because there's a second fight with Zavika later on in this episode where she learns to do the thing. But we'll get there. So after the credits, it turns out that the kid that died just so happened to be
By an ungodly, unlikely coincidence, a like fucking like
Ken Barron's son.
it just happens to be one of the Sinister Six's fucking children.
Yeah.
Also, Vi punches a vat of Shimmer, and that would probably kill everybody because,
Oh,
as we all
oh
know,
yeah,
the Shimmer is highly unstable and also explosive. We know this from episode 1 or 3, rather. I keep
yeah.
saying I keep getting
Episode
episode
3 and
back.
episode 4. So it's like the
Uh,
last episode
so
of
that
Act 1 and the first episode of Act 2.
so that's an incredibly bad idea, but she does it anyway.
Yeah.
Um,
So Finn looks to try and seize his opportunity at this point, knowing that there's now that there's tension. Ken Barons didn't care about Silco's crazy plots that went awry, as long as it didn't affect them. Now it directly affects them.
Yep. So then we have a scene with Victor. He's basically mourning the death of Sky.
Yeah, he found a dusty old book and just knocked the dust off to see there, and then immediately realised that the dust that he knocked off the book was that of his assistant.
This is he uncovers all of her fan fiction of their fake sex scenes that she fantasized in her head. You know, it's just all those dirty little things.
Yeah.
It's just, he's like, oh god, I would have. I mean, obviously, it would totally be a bad turn for the scene. It'd be kind of funny if Victor was like, oh god, what have I done? I've killed her. And he stumbles upon one page like, oh god, is that what she thought about us? Ugh, maybe she should. Maybe this is actually okay. I might have saved myself. I might have dodged a bullet here.
I believe the term of what happened to Sky, by the way, was the whole idea, the concept of being fridged. It's a fridged girlfriend. It's just like we've introduced this love interest purely for the purpose of killing her, and well, can't deny it. It happened. So Victor decided...
don't really want to get into fridging because it is a.
You could make an entirely different episode out of something like that.
You could. It would be that is a vertical slope. It is like 89 degrees. Like you immediately start getting into dangerous territory when you start talking about fridging and how it gets into. I actually just recently watched a whole podcast where their whole thing is that they watch other people's videos and they talk about what the problems are in the video and how they assess it, and they had a whole episode that was just dedicated to one person who was assessing fridging and sort of responding to all their points to be like, well, this is why this is problematic.
Awkward. So we're not going to.
So yeah, I already have there's a whole thing stuffed away of let's just not talk about that. She died. That's fine. She died. We don't have to put a term on it.
Let's move on then to Victor attempting to destroy the hex core because now he hates it, and the hex core goes, "Bitch, please, you're mine," and prevents him from doing so.
Which is kind of weird, I guess. I guess the hex core is sentient or something. I don't know. Wish I knew how hextech worked.
I mean, to be fair, it's certainly not the old shiny runic thing. It really does look organic on its own now. Mel chews out Ambassador.
Yeah, Ambassador ruins Steven Tyler's shirt.
Yeah, basically saying to her, "Oh, don't, excuse me, Jace is mine. We're not giving you the weaponry to go to war. Go fuck yourself."
It's like you ruined my boy. You ruined him.
Yeah, you've turned him into a monster.
Now take your giant lobster tail and get out of here.
Yeah, that's basically where that comes from. Victor has already got the funeral plan set up for Sky, and spread her ashes.
He's just gonna dump her into a sewer, I guess, and that's the end of that.
This is where I think. So, on this, I'm a little bit confused on this. Does Jace know that Victor unintentionally killed Sky?
Nope. Fucking nobody knows about that shit. That's what I'm talking about. Victor just at best, he unintentionally caused an accident that caused the fatality of one of his coworkers. At best. At worst, this is manslaughter. So no one knows about this. He doesn't tell anybody he's done this.
Yeah, it's just... I mean, is he just using the closeness with Jace to just be able to literally sweep her under the rug?
literally sweeping this shit under the rug. Just like, I don't know what happened to this guy. He just went home to work one day and didn't don't scan my room. Do we have DNA
Yeah.
testers in Piltover? I don't know. If we do,
Yeah,
don't do it.
yeah. Unrelated. Can you please destroy the hex core?
On an unrelated note, can you destroy the Hex Tech core for me, please? And thanks, pal.
Yeah. It's like I can't do it. All right. Yeah.
Well,
Sure.
they also do a thing where Victor's gonna go jump off a cliff, which actually is a very reasonable option at this point.
It's also
Not
it's also a very mirrored thing, because what Jace says to Victor is exactly what Victor said
am
to
I
Jace.
interrupting something? Yes,
Yeah.
that they did a thing. And that's why I pointed it out is because it's like, okay, when that happened in the Jace seed, I was pretty much done with Jace at that point. I was just like,
Mhm.
I cannot stand this character. Are you fucking serious? He's really that pathetic. This is our protagonist. But then they do a thing where it's like, well, Victor's on the verge of death, and he's just caused the death of somebody that was actually like really like desperately infatuated with him.
Close to him. So yeah.
Someone he's known like his whole life, kind of thing.
Yeah. Because
And
that flashback scene where they met each other in the fissures.
yeah, and it's like, so I'd be like, yeah, I mean, suicidal thoughts definitely on the brain at this point. A lot more reasonable position than Jace was in. Now, again, I guess I should probably throw this out there. Suicide is never the correct answer. Seek help.
Yeah.
But yes, I can empathize with Victor in this scene. It's like, that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough.
So yeah, that happens there. Finn tests Savika's loyalties.
Yeah. Also, I guess Victor's leg doesn't work anymore. I don't know, or maybe he's pretending to. I guess pretending his leg doesn't work.
Either it's been either Hexcore giveth, Hexcore taketh away, or he's just hiding the fact that he's experimenting on himself.
Yeah. Also, yeah. So then we jump back to the scene with Silco and such. Silco and gang, the Sinister Six, but now just 3.
Yeah, Finn tries to make the power play.
Yeah, and I feel like it's almost. At first, I thought it was just pathetic that Savika was being like this, but now in retrospect, I've decided that it's actually just a little bit on the nose. The fact that Savika pulls over a chair for Finn and like wipes it off for him, it's just like, all right, come on. When I first saw the scene, I was just like, oh, she's on his side now, clearly.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's kind of pathetic. I mean, come on, like have a little dignity, please. But then it was just like, the scene progresses, and you realize this is probably not going to go the way Finn thinks it does.
No, and it definitely.
Just based on the tone of the scene, you realize where it's going to go.
Yeah. And it turns out, Savika's loyalties to Silco, she passed. She is 100% loyal. She just
100%.
One slice, goodbye Finn's lower jaw and throat.
And part of Silco's cup.
Yeah. So just and then
So one thing I'm not sure how I feel about with that scene, you see a shot of like Silco's face, and he's like kind of freaking out, like like he was not sure that was actually going to work, which is kind of like, I don't know. I feel like maybe if the scene would be a little stronger if like he had like that confidence of like, yeah, I know you're gonna pick my side. He was like, oh man, I was gonna die.
You're just like, did he tempt you?
Yeah. And like, yeah, he can ask that question, like just out of as curiosity's sake. I just think like his whole speech is about like, it's like, I've lived every day believing or knowing that there was a risk that I would die, that someone would try to take me down. Like I've felt that I've had that going every day of my life. If I die here, that's the way it is. That's kind of what his dialogue is suggesting. But then Savika cuts its throat, and so Silco's like, holy shit, I can't believe that shit worked. Oh my god, holy fuck, I almost died.
Yeah.
It's like, It would be more interesting if he was just kind of like, "Guess I'm not dying today, boys."
Mm, yeah.
But
Oh,
no.
fancy that. I live another day. You know.
AKA. So anyway, Finn's dead.
Yeah, Finn's dead. He's done. Other
The
Ken Barron
female
just like fucks off because
female vulture is just he's like, yeah, bye.
yeah. Okay, sorry. Oh,
Probably should
Silco
have
though
killed
with
her
that
anyway,
line.
but
Silco with that line about just talking about the fact that I would have killed your son, but it looks like someone else was already ahead of the game there, and it's just like oh,
it's like,
like
well, there you go.
yeah, just like yeah, it's like I would punish this with harming your family, but so that being said, he now goes on to a bridge, a nice ambush spot as he calls it, to negotiate with Jace.
It's a nice ambush spot, except for all of the open space where there's nowhere to hide behind.
Yeah,
Aside from that, it's a great ambush spot.
yeah. But yeah, he proceeds to provide the terms of his agreement for wanting to not have a war, which is the independence of Zorn and trade deals and all that business. And Jace basically counters him with an offer. Yeah, you can have it for Jinx.
Well, I also like the way he puts it too. It's just like you really think you're on here to make demands,
Yeah,
and Silco's is like, I mean, you just wrecked my shit, and now you're asking for negotiations. Like, you clearly have nothing else to go on here. Like,
yeah,
if you were going to destroy me, you would have just kept doing that. So you're
yeah.
clearly you're clearly in a position where you feel like you need to do this.
Mm,
And Jace's counter to that is like, actually, the reason I'm not doing this is because we will literally destroy you. Like,
mm.
it will not even be close. Your entire population will be vaporized
Yeah, you've
if
seen
we
what
go to
happens
war.
with a wayward pulse fire. What if we aimed it all at you?
Yeah, well, it's
Uh,
just like that's the idea. The idea is like it's like, I'm not doing this because I'm afraid of you. I'm doing this because I'm afraid that I'm going to destroy you, and I don't want to have the guilty conscience of like thousands of people's deaths on my hand. And
yeah.
I just want as few people to die from now on as possible. That's Jace's whole position. And one, he's correct, and I've been saying this since Act 1 that Silco was horribly outmatched, and his
Hmm.
plan to attack Piltover is terribly flawed. And I think this is the first moment where Silco's like, "Oh shit, I think you're actually right about that."
Yeah. And at that point, because this is another sort of mirroring of something, Jace provides a deal without even haggling, really. Because it's just like, here's the terms of my agreement for the independence of Zone. It's like, right, cool. Just offer me Jinx, and that's fine. It's like,
And
he didn't even haggle, sucker.
yeah,
So,
and
so
yeah. So apparently Silco is not okay with offering up Jinx,
no,
which
no,
again is
as we
like,
see in another scene in a minute.
kind of like, wish we had more of this, but I keep ringing that bell and it's getting broken at this point.
So, all right, we'll give you a little bit of a mini bit. Wide-eyed Heimerdinger, Wide-Heimerdinger, of seeing Echo's little hideout
Hmm.
after getting his knee put back in, and Heimerdinger's like, "Well, this is all great, but why are you doing all this? And why do you still need help and all this stuff?" And sort of Echo just comes out with a line. It's like, it's not enough to have what you need to
Yeah,
survive, but what you need to live.
yeah. It's like, okay, there's something going on there.
Decent Echo
Um,
ideology.
and that I believe is the last we see of Echo and Heimerdinger for the rest of the series.
Yeah, until like a little point at the end. A lot of characters get their points at the end, but it sort of all sort of comes to it. So yeah, that's that. Silco pours one out for his homie Vander, as he's
Yeah.
now decided. He's basically come to the idea of, or the realization, oh, you know what, fucking hell, you were right. This is difficult.
Oh,
Yeah. So as Silco is realizing the gravity of the situation that he has now found himself in, all for his independent state of Zorn. realizing that no, maybe Vander was a little bit right after all. He's seriously considering about throwing Jinx in to a point. He should probably be careful about who he's mumbling out loud to.
Well, I mean, I would, if I was in Silco's position, I would think that I would be very reasonable in assuming that Jinx, as a character, cannot just fucking teleport all over the fucking world constantly, so that she
But
can be in exactly the right place that she needs to be at all times.
which is on the back of the Vander statue, which leads me to on this. Someone, but possibly Silco himself, commissioned the statue of Vander. Just take that into account. But
I don't even know. Like, I care less. It's like I care less about that, more just about the fact that it's just like I don't know what I'm supposed to do when characters just do things that just break the laws of physics constantly. It's like I don't know what to do, or what to say, or what notes to take down, or what jokes to make when characters are just teleporting everywhere. And like
I'll just give you one
they
thing.
can just they can just be on statues. Well,
No, that was it. It was just womp.
it's all I got. I was just like, like this is what I mean by I'm going through my ennui stage. I was just like, I can't. I just don't have the energy to keep pointing this shit out because it's just everywhere, and it doesn't slow down. It accelerates. It gets worse.
Oh,
You know?
don't worry. We've got another bit of lethargy that you can go through. Another fight scene.
Hey, it's another decent fight scene. So,
Vi versus Savika, round 2.
yeah.
This one
Oh.
is a lot more back and forth, a lot more even, because now we've got 2 powered Atlas gauntlets versus 1 mechanical upgraded arm. It's a lot of fighting going on. Though, Vi still does get the shit kicked out of her. To the point that she's...
It's interesting because she didn't actually do that last time when she was just bare fisting. She was actually like beating Savika.
Yeah, she was she was definitely given as good as she got.
At least, I mean, she was winning that fight by the end. She lost because she got stabbed.
Yeah.
Because she was distracted.
Mm-hmm.
Which is again like Savika just not using like her, power move.
Yeah.
For the beginning, she's just kind of holding out.
But she doesn't hold out in this one. She's swinging that blade everywhere. But yeah.
I just think that like considering like all things considered, like 1 or 2 good shots of those gauntlets, whatever they're called, they should they should like pulpify her, right? Like they should like liquefy Savika's insides, surely.
Yeah. But
if she can punch a chemmed up exoskeleton fucking shimmer bot, like if she could like through concrete and embed it in a wall, like no fleshy humanoid is going to survive getting punched by that. Not unless they're superhumanly powered.
Or they're going to be announced as a champion. Because Savika doesn't die.
Are you thinking? Are you 4D chessing this, where you're just like, oh wow,
maybe AD carry.
None of the characters died, so it must be. Well, none of the champions died, so it must have been.
I only say it. I say it. But yeah, Vi's knocked out on the floor where Vander's like basically, oh yeah, sloppy footwork, blah blah blah. So she uses Ghost Vander plus Echo's taunt of you always block with your face. The thing that she does is Savika tries to punch her in the face, and for the first time in the history of Arcane, she blocks with a gauntlet. Vi has learned her combat style. But we should tell you this is the last time that Vi fights for this series as well.
It's also a magic gauntlet that creates shield, so it's a little bit cheating. But hey.
Oh yeah, that happened, didn't it? Yeah. Rune shield. But she rips Savika's arm off this time. No more just disabling it. Just rips it clean off and leaves Savika upside down again, semi-conscious again. Yeah. So Savika has done her actly duty of just being laid out for everyone to see.
Yeah, it's her thing. Every last episode of an act, she gets almost killed. That's just what she does.
Yep. And for that, she's rewarded. Jinx thumps into existence again. Hi, sister.
Teleports to the last drop because she knows where Vi is for some reason.
Yeah.
How does anyone know where? Just keep going. I'm eating. My food's way more
How does
interesting than
anyone
whatever the
know?
fuck's going on in this show anymore.
It's Jinx. So yeah, she gets kidnapped, and we get back to Jace, who now provides his idea of we should make Zorn independent.
Make Zorn great again.
Which doesn't go out well initially with everyone. They are arguing the toss with each other. It is magnificent. It's like, what? You want to negotiate with the people who've been causing us grief for the past X years? No. It's like, yes, actually, because I tried fighting them, and that'll be more damage than we ever repair. So, yeah.
It is kind of funny though that like. So at the end of the episode, we find out that ultimately he's able to argue them into a unanimous decision to pass his motion.
Yes.
We don't need to go into that, but like just take that into account that somehow he manages to convince the entire council of people here that they should not exterminate Zon, despite the fact that they have overwhelming weapon superiority over Zon.
Yeah, we're just giving the benefit of the doubt,
It's just like it's essentially just like all of these council people like as far as I can know, like they don't like Zon. Like I'm pretty sure. So it's just like I don't know. I guess like Jace just has like protagonist powers or whatever, and he can just convince people to do whatever he wants them to do.
Well,
I don't know
whether it works or not, we'll find out at the end of the episode. But Vi wakes up in this long scene that I'm just going to call the Mad Hatter sequence. So she wakes up tied to a chair. And Jinx says hello. It turns out this chair is in the blown up factory from Act 1.
Uh-huh.
So we start where we end. Jinx provides Vi, seats Vi at her seat on the table. There's seats for Powder and Clagger and Milo. There's already someone sat at the other end of the table, which is a bound and gagged Silco. Because, Jinx has now determined that Silco has betrayed her as well, because he was considering turning her in.
I mean, she really should have been doing things like this since the beginning, because, Silco should be like her sworn enemy. For kind of the same reason that Silco should be Marcus's sworn enemy, but, we've already lapped that pool a few times.
So, Jinx realizes there's one seat empty at the table. So we need to provide, we need to bring Caitlyn. Which she initially comes to the table to Vi's no, like, oh no, God, no, you please didn't, to a silver platter on a table. Generally the trope on that, oh, silver platter, open it up, there's going to be a head.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, the first second that I saw the plate, I was like, oh, maybe they're actually gonna, and then like they kind of stretched it out for a while, and I'm like, oh no, of course not. I momentary weakness. I don't know what came over me. Fuck's sake, Bird. Honestly, I don't know why I fucking choose to live.
Well, you live to choose. Lifts the plate, and it's just a cupcake with the gemstone on it, and Jinx going, sheesh, I'm not that crazy.
She is. Keep going.
So, we're moving on, and Jinx that does end up rolling over a bound and gagged Caitlyn to the table, and
hey, Ryan,
well,
how many fanfics your cake?
I barely heard that, my friend.
I was just like, hey Ryan, how many fan fictions do you think have featured Caitlyn being bound? Never mind.
About a couple of dozen.
But since Arcane came out, it's gone sky.
Yeah.
Please go. Please continue.
So Jinx basically just gives Vi just a thing. It's just like, oh, still be sister. Just kill Caitlyn. That's all I ask.
Because
in between this, Jinx basically states at this point that the monster that was sort of created, episode title, was all Vi's doing. It wasn't Silco. Silco didn't mold her into anything. Silco did.
And she's kind of right.
Kind of. Kind of. I mean, yeah, to be fair. If Vi didn't just leave powder there, this wouldn't have happened.
Or didn't bring her on a mission, or try to break into the inventor's house, or blow up his apartment, or
yeah. If anything over the past 9 episodes didn't happen.
If any of the things that Vi did in the last 9 episodes didn't happen, it wouldn't be her fault. You're right.
Well, that being said, you could also blame Vanda. If Vanda didn't go out on a perilous trip across a bridge, then Vi and Jinx's parents would have been killed. And then, anyway, there's a lot of going back to. But at the end of the day, Jinx basically is now saying that the transformation is due to Vi. But we can still be sisters if you just kill Caitlyn.
Which I don't know why this matters to her. I don't know why she cares so much about this person.
Yeah, it's obsessive jealousy. Jinx is just absolutely out of the loop now. She is going off at anyone and anything. A glass shatters, which Caitlyn uses to her advantage. To the point where she takes Jinx's minigun. And just like, drop it. We'll sort everything. Come on. She's too far gone. Vi's just like, no, please, don't kill Jinx. No. And Caitlyn says, Vi's gone. Echo knows this. You should know this. Effectively, So that doesn't happen. She lets the guard down, and Jinx goes absolutely mental. Grabs hold of the minigun again.
Well, it's basically we're flying through it. There's so much to talk about. Let's take a stroll through the daisies here, Ryan. Come on now. First of all, let's talk about how Caitlyn fires the minigun and I guess doesn't hit anything. It's like, it's a warning shot, I guess.
She's an excellent shot, except when she uses weaponry she clearly can't handle.
I mean, you only need to hold it still for a 1/10 of a second to get 2, 3, 5, 10 bullets in her chest. It's a fucking minigun.
Yeah, but we also know that due to plot bullets, Jinx was incapable of doing all this.
Yeah.
So what was Caitlyn going to do?
So we have the 2 best shooters in the show that can't shoot guns. It's just I don't know. Why did you even bother giving them that character trait? And I don't know. Jinx shoots her gun as well. You can actually see the smoking barrel, so she didn't drop the gun. She fired it. She missed also.
Mm-hmm.
So both of these characters, who are amazing shots, who are standing 10 feet away from each other, both fire their guns. Both fail to hit their targets.
Mm-hmm. Then we end up in Then that's where we get to this standoff where Jinx recontains goal of it.
That's when, this is actually the first time we see Jinx's teleportation ability on screen. She just whoops right across the thing.
Knocks Caitlyn the fuck out.
Yeah. It's like, do I even need to go over the fact that she had a gun pointed at her and that this just shouldn't be possible? Or shall I just let you continue?
Well, I was about to get to the point of the battle of Jinx's psyche. To be fair.
Tell me all about it. Jinx's very interesting mental state that isn't totally contrived and nonsense.
She's still completely very broken, but she's trying to... Obviously, this tug of war between Vi just going, no, you're my sister, you're everything, that's fine. Remember, Milo, Clagger, Dad, me, you, It's all great. And Silco just going, she's gonna kill you, she's gonna kill everyone you love, you blah, blah. Just shoot her, just shoot her. But Silco doesn't help himself because he is struggling to get towards the gun which has landed on the table. Which he's then just going to try and fire at Vi? Or Caitlyn? Or Jinx? He's trying to fire the gun. Jinx doesn't give him the chance to respond. Hail of bullets.
My assumption. Well, okay. Actually, I have a reference for this. I just came up with it actually, so it's not concrete yet. Okay, actually, yes. So he does. There's a brief shot, around 32-ish, where you can actually see Soko. He is pointing directly across the table, directly out in front of him. So he is aiming at Vi. 100%.
And at that point, Jinx just... You see, I'd like to say she blindly fires, but I'd say that as a reaction to, subliminally or otherwise, as a reaction to Silco threatening Vi's life, she responds in kind by just firing many, many plot bullets into Silco's chest.
So is this like the second or third time that someone's actually been hit by a bullet in this show?
Echo got hit with a bullet, but he lived because he's a champion.
Don't count.
Big tattooed man.
Okay, let me clarify. Wounded by a bullet. Flesh was shorn by bullet.
Big tattooed man. He got gut shot.
Guy,
an enforcer got killed by Jinx with a bullet.
Advisor, yeah, okay.
Pink-haired Firelight member.
And yeah, Soko.
Yeah.
Guns are very good, guys. They're very effective. They do their job very well.
I mean, Savika got hit 3 times. Well, her arm did.
Again, not counting it. No flesh.
Fine. Whatever. Yeah, so, Silco. Not champion confirmed. Because he gives dying words to Jinx, basically telling her.
He's not champion because he's not champion because he's dead.
Yeah. No, he basically just turns around and says to Jinx that he would have never turned her in. And that she's perfect. Blarg. And
which of course we know is not true.
Well, it's a catalyst at this point because Jinx determines there was one other chair that didn't have anything in. There was a chair that said powder, but Jinx has decided, nah, there was another chair with Jinx's name on it, and she just sits on it. The transformation of powder to Jinx.
Trailer shot.
Yeah. So yeah, the transformation to Jinx is confirmed.
Yeah, I guess so.
And that's then where we lead to sort of like the final sort of moments on this. Is it basically she just goes to Vi and it's just like, you made me. It had to be you who made me. I'm glad we had this talk. And proceeds to pick up, for the first time in the series, a rocket launcher. Fishbones, the rocket launcher of Jinx's ultimate, the Super Mega Death Rocket. And she fires it.
She sure does.
Where we then get Sting singing over the end points. As Caitlyn sort of realizes too late where Jinx is aiming this rocket, which turns out to be directly at the council building in Piltover. And that's where we sort of see the flashes of sort of other characters. Mel takes off a Medada ring and casts the first vote to make Zorn independent.
Make Zorn great again. And then, so at some point during this whole fiasco, Jinx is like completely consumed by a burst of energy. I would love to be able to say, look, Champion Death. And I was like, she's fucking fine, probably.
Yeah.
Um,
Heimerdinger and Echo start working on building stuff. Singed, and this is a big one in terms of characters that could possibly appear in League of Legends. Singed is sat there with let's not beat around the bush. It's Vander in the middle of a transformation to what we will then know as Warwick.
I'm sure that will be handled very tastefully.
So the cause is there, but more importantly, he's holding a locket with his daughter inside. That daughter will turn out to be Oriana.
Oh, is that how that works?
No, he's constantly. So what this is basically letting on is that Singed is more integral to a lot of Piltover and Zorn lore than virtually any other champion in League of Legends, because there's also, there's Blitzcrank and Urgot. It'll be in there. A lot of Zornite characters. Twitch is technically already involved in there. Even you don't need to ram it in everyone's face that the rat that was in the first episode will most likely be Twitch.
Right.
Doesn't need to be, don't need a fucking origin story. It just happened. We know that the rat got given Shimmer. It's quite easily verifiable that later on down the line, the same rat could be an assassin for Zorn wielding a crossbow. You don't need to put, to get from A to B, you don't need to do A.1, A.2 all the way. Yeah, and that's why I'm sort of annoyed about, like, oh yeah, we should bring Garen into Piltover. Why would Garen be in Piltover? Don't be stupid. But yeah, all the council members are doing their stuff.
They're having such a good time. They're having a ball.
Mrs. Madada has noticed that Mel has just desecrated the painting of the Noxian fleet that she was painting in gold. That confirms her Piltover status. Yeah, everyone's still voting for stuff. At which point, the Super Mega Death Rocket's about to appear and heads towards the building. An important thing.
It's a unanimous vote.
Yeah, unanimous vote. Mel looks at Jace. Jace looks happy. Victor's there. Then, the last shot of the episode is Mel's armor glowing glorious gold as we see the Mega Death Rocket hit the window of the council building. Cut to black.
Insert Jinx voice line of bye-bye. Right here.
Yeah. And presumably killing the entire council.
So everyone in that room except Jace is dead.
And Victor. Victor was in the room as well.
And Victor, right? Yes, of course. So Jace and Victor lived. We don't see that, but we know this because they're champions, and everyone else in the council is dead.
Whoa! Calm down, Netflix. Thank you. No.
Yeah, I don't really. I fucking hate Netflix's UI. It's just like it is so aggressively pushing you to just watch the next thing. Like it's just like it's like you have to press through all kinds of shit, jump through all kinds of hoops to just pause the video on the credits and just not get through it. So yeah, everyone's dead. Just as they were about to vote in Zon, everyone died.
Yeah.
So
again,
dead.
The sort of whole irony of that is that Silco, other than not wanting to provide Jinx, was going to get what he wanted. Zorn's independence would have happened, and now that has been ruined by Jinx, who has just at this point has just decided that she is fully in it for herself. She doesn't care about Zorn and Piltover. She just wants to watch the whole world burn.
Yeah.
No.
Great.
So.
And again, this is just me. Like maybe I could pull this apart. Maybe I could explain the issues I have with this. But really, I'm just kind of like, it's really just more continuations of the exact same problems that I've been, chanting about the whole time. So yeah, I guess that's how the series ends. Jinx is
Yeah.
evil. She gives up on being good. She doesn't
Yeah.
have to. She just does. Um,
And has just decided
the
that
council,
everyone shall
which is
pay.
full of NPCs. It's full of there's like 3 characters on the council. There's Mel. There's Mrs. What's her face. Caitlyn's mom. There's
Hmm.
Jace. That's it.
Yeah,
All the rest are just NPCs. They never meant anything. They're dead.
most likely. I'd actually just find it hilarious if the first scene of like second series of Arcane is just a super mega death rocket just landing and nothing happens.
It's a dud.
It's a dud. And then Victor goes over to try and look at why he does it, and he makes a mistake and experiments while everyone's still in the room. It still kills everyone in the council apart from champions.
It would be well. We know that that's in character for Victor because Victor and Jace both have a history of tampering with highly dangerous things in the presence of people under
Um,
uncontrolled conditions.
yeah. One of the other things is as a plot device as to why Jace and Victor would live and everyone else would die. Remember I was telling you about Mel being a Solari?
Okay.
And the members of the Solari religion seem to have this uncanny ability to just shield damage.
Okay.
The fact that her armor glowed and it wasn't a reflection of the Super Mega Death Rocket, the armor glowed to Spidey sense danger. There's a possibility that Mel could sacrifice herself to save Jace and Victor. It would still kill the rest of the council and it would still kill Mel. But the Solari have powers and stuff. It was a thing to take into account. At the end of the day, this is also still a fantasy thing. So, we've already seen that magic exists.
Uh-huh.
So that can happen. But that's all speculation. We don't know what's going on yet. We've got another at least year to figure this out. Because along with that tweet that notified that there was a season 2 of Arcane in production was good news, it's not going to take 6 years. Bad news, it's not coming in 2022. So
That's
you've got
fine.
time to stew. But
Yeah.
you've got a week to stew though, because we're gonna do our overall best bits, worst bits, predictions for
I
maybe what the next series is.
Yeah, we can talk about that when we get there. But I guess just overall impressions of the act, we can, how we felt about it. I guess
I mean,
rating it,
I know your one didn't really
give it a score.
change. For me, it was too rushed.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
that's my main
all of
feeling on
that,
this.
really.
Stuff clicked, and for me, I would say compared to your opinions of it, for me it clicked a bit more for me than it did for you, but it was still rushed, and it harmed it. And I've been
Everything,
forgiven.
but it's
I've
all
been
rushed.
forgiven and
You're
actually
like,
quite generous
you know,
of the previous 2 acts. So if you want me to do this, and we'll do it out of a 10,
sure,
I give it
go
a
for
6.
it. 6. Yeah, okay. So what would I give this? Episode 7 was such a disaster. Episode 9 was pretty bad too. Episode 8 was actually fine for the most part. Like, it was not great, but it was fine. I actually really enjoyed the fight sequences the fight sequence from last episode and Vi and what's her face is fighting this one.
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty good. Between the two, I liked the oil and the water scene better. Man. But overall, this act was rough. This was a rough act for me. I think this might be my least favorite act, just for the fact that it's like, because episode 1 was so bad, and because I think it's just all of like this is the payoff arc. Like, this is the part where emotionally insecure animals that can't handle being away from me for 10 minutes.
So yeah,
As I
so
was
you were
saying,
saying this was supposed to be the payoff
yeah,
act.
this is the part where we pay off all of our setup. But the problem is that so normally you have a show and you get build up throughout the show, and then you get a payoff at the end of the show.
Mm.
But I feel like the way it's paced, it's almost backwards. Like it almost feels like I've just been getting paid off all season through, rush setups, and now it's like we're almost setting up like for the next season.
Mm.
It's like it's
And I
like
can,
between that magnificent cliffhanger at the very end. Sorry, wait, what were you
yeah,
saying?
I was about to say, yeah, no, it's a good cliffhanger. It, I,
It's a cliffhanger.
it's, I say it's a good cliffhanger, but it wasn't supposed to be a cliffhanger. This was and this is where I do have a thing in terms of defining stuff and TV shows and stuff. This was announced as an event series, and in TV, an event series is usually a one shot, one story. There may be so many episodes or whatever, but it's generally one thing, no cliffhangers. It's done. It could end up with an open ended conclusion. That can happen. But when you define something as an event series, it's just one story, one thing. So the fact that it's got a second series does not make it the event series that they claimed it was.
Yeah, well, that's just what I was
And
going on about before. It's like sometimes I feel like I'm just kind of talking to myself, but like
hey,
it's
no,
just
well, well, well,
it's the idea
I'm
it's
just
the
saying it in
ideas
a
of
different way.
no, I know, no, I mean like no, I mean leading what I'm saying is that it's like uh this is how stories are written these days. It's just like they're hurrying you along. They're trying to set up things as quickly as possible. They don't take time to really, establish the these characters and the way the world works. So it's because they want to get you to their big emotional payoff at the very end, so that they can leave you with a cliffhanger. So that'll make you excited for the next thing that's going to happen. So that they can give you more payoffs. So they can give you more cliffhangers. They loop you. It's just a continuous loop of of uh emotional investment. And it's all
So would you
artificial.
be
Like
would you
they
be
don't.
more calling this dopamine television?
Yeah, sure. Like it's essentially. Yeah, I don't really know what to call it. It's like it's it's like I was saying with like the Marvel comparison. It's just like every movie is just like we're going to establish a new world order. We're going to establish new timeless entities that have been around for thousands of years, that have shaped the way the world works since day one. You've never seen any of them because we've never needed them before, and they didn't come up until just now because we just made them up. But they've been around for ages. Don't you worry. We have a perfectly reasonable explanation for why all these people are here. We don't. But as soon as they have that established and they've told that story, it's immediately like, bye. By the way, new show coming out the next week. Buy our stuff. You know, and I just feel like this. I just feel like. I just feel like they wanted a lot of things to happen. They wanted characters to do certain things and go on certain character arcs and have certain relationships. They wanted certain key events to happen, but they were afraid that if they took too long to do it, that if they took, if they didn't have if they didn't go all out on the first season, that people wouldn't want to come back for the next season. Like I think that they put all their eggs in one basket, and the show suffered for it. The storytelling suffered for it. Uh, I think that a lot of the things that are in the show could have been really fun, really interesting ideas. Could have been some cool character arcs, but I ended up just not caring because everything was so thin
Mm.
and so rushed. Um, as far as this act goes, Yeah, I guess I must have segued at some point, but it's essentially what I'm trying to say is that all of these like really thin characters and these rushed plot points and borked character arcs, that is what we're all paying off here in this last act. And the payoff doesn't work if I'm not invested in the setup, and I wasn't invested in the setup at all. And so essentially, the show is playing it off like I'm supposed to have this really strong emotional response to this really heavy climax that they think that they've built up to over the course of 8 episodes, and they haven't. They did not do the thing that they thought they did, uh, and they weren't able to trick me into thinking that they did with all of their fancy editing and music choices. And so ultimately, after my frustrations with episode 7 were over, I was just kind of done. I was just like, I just wanted to get episode 8 and 9 over with so I could just have something to say.
Mhm.
And you know what? And that's really the hardest part about this for me is that you know the people who have responded to me so far, not of all 2 or 3 of them, they have this impression of me that I'm just a contrarian, that I'm just a hater, that I just all I want to do is say mean things about a show because I think it'll make me popular, or just to stir the pot or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I'm going out of my way to look for bad things or mean things to say about the show, and that's just never been my goal from the beginning. Like, I really, really wanted to like Arcane. I really did. Really, like, like I didn't buy a $15 Netflix account and sit down and yell about this show for 12 hours with you 3 weeks in a row, destroy my throat, you know, spend God knows how much money on fast food to make up for the fact that I didn't have time to make dinner. I didn't do all of that because I wanted to take a dump on someone's favorite show. I did that because I was really looking forward to finding as many good things as I could and maybe get really invested in this show. And by the end of it, there was a lot of confusion, disappointment, frustration, but mostly I was just tired by the end. I was just like, I was like, people are just gonna hate this. People are gonna hate what I have to say about this show, and it's not gonna be worth it. I won't get any of my money back. I won't, people aren't gonna be like, hey, you got a really good point here, or I liked the way you approached the show. I'm not gonna get anything out of this. It was, and it's just kind of like, ugh.
I'm gonna give you
So,
on this, and I've said it before. I've said it off camera, and I've said it at the beginning of episode 2 when we were discussing this last week. People are not gonna like what I'm saying either, because anything other than perfect is considered a contrarian view. And I'm gonna die on this hill. I'm not gonna change my mind. I still think that this is, on the idea. I still think this is a good show. Initially, I thought it was a solid show. It, it's still there, but if you don't address flaws, and believe me, there are flaws, how the hell are we
yeah,
supposed to try and give some sort of feedback and have an
well,
improved second season if we just la 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 the stuff that
that's
may not have been considered good, you know? And I can see
exactly
where you're
like,
coming from on that. Is that everything you're saying is not there to hate it. It's to provide a feedback to, in your eyes, improve on the, in this case, the foundations that are there.
yeah, and and just contribute to the world of storytelling as a whole. Like, even if it was my view that this show is completely unsalvageable, that no changes they make in the next 2 years could possibly
which
change
you
it,
know,
and that's not
which at
necessarily
that
true.
that's
But
not what you're saying.
which is not what I'm
It's
saying.
what.
But even if that was what I was saying, like like things that I point out are widely applicable. Like just when I point out like weird dialogue choices that could be easily fixed by tweaking a little things. Little strange editing choices that could be improved by just doing one or two different things. Like, when I point out things like that, it's just like, anyone can do that. Anyone can apply those observations onto their work and make their story a better story.
Because that's at the end of the day. It's like you said. It's not to just fucking shoot it down. At the end of the day, both of us and everyone want a quality product.
Yeah, absolutely. You know
Mhm.
what? And when you're making and to what you were saying, when you're making a critique of anything, you're not really helping anybody by only listing the positives and ignoring the flaws.
Mm.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
like like what is the purpose of criticism if if you're only focusing on the positive things? Like what are you actually doing?
Mm.
You know?
At that point,
So
you're fanboying or you're advertising. At that point, I don't believe
yeah.
you got to a score. By the way.
So if I had to give the show a score, I think I said my rating on Act One was like a 5 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Act Two, I would put it closer to a 6. I thought it
Yeah.
was pretty good. I thought it was positive. My overall thoughts on Act Two were more positive than negative. Even if I spent more time talking about negatives, my overall impression that I came away with was mostly positive.
Mm.
Um, Negatives are just more interesting to talk about. Like that's just kind of part of that's part of the rub. Um, I think I might be going down to as low as like a 3 or a 4 on this one. I it's it's tough because it's not even so much that it was such an egregiously written act. It's just like it is a story that was written on quicksand. It really heavily banked on a lot of uh character relations, especially the one between Soko and Jinx, which not for a microsecond did I ever once believe in. Might be the most unbelievable um like relationship I've ever seen. Uh I don't under Marcus was ever the enigma. Uh Victor totally shit the bed as a character, getting people killed, just absolutely refusing to behave like a reasonable person. Uh, Jace was. I'd like to say that he was consistent in the sense that he responded appropriately to each change that happened in his life, but the fact that he changed so frequently tells me that not a single one of his choices was well informed.
Mm.
There were not obviously he was not thinking very hard about most of the things that he did. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to flip flop as much as he did.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I don't know why we needed to introduce so many new characters and immediately disregard them. Like, I guess there's gonna be more stuff with Noxus next season. You know,
Mm.
watch the next season of our show, guys. Uh,
I'll
and then
watch
the
next week's one first, and then watch the next one.
And then Chem Barons. I don't know. Chem Barons just appear out of nowhere. They're important. No, they're not. Just kidding.
Yeah, those particular Cam Barons were not important. Again, remember, and I'll discuss this next week because remember, sort of my aim of does this expand upon the lore of League of Legends? Chem Barons were integral to Zorn. They are. It's just sort of how they work. But yeah, in that particular episode, it's like other than Finn as a character to get shit on not once but twice.
Mm-hmm.
That was his entire purpose of being in there. But
Yeah.
you know what? We'll try and we'll have a week to digest everything, and we'll look at doing pros and cons. we'll try and actually look for some, we're not going through the breakdown, so we're just going to sit there and just talk about, the aims that we had at the initial part of this. Does it expand on the lore of LoL? Does it expand, or does it
Does it?
succeed as a self-sufficient piece of media? And the whole idea and the argument of the whole cross-media experiment that's clearly happening in regards to League of Legends. But, we have more time to discuss those sort of next week without then having to describe 9 episodes worth of content in between all that as well. So
Yeah, no, and I'll save my thoughts for that big analysis. And I wanted to make this shorter, didn't end up doing that. I tried, I promise, I really did, but episode 7 got to me a bit, and I went on a little bit long at the end. But yeah, it is what it is.
right. So yeah, I'll discuss that afterwards. I'm going to take Duncan to the Ken Barron's room, just turn the fans off and see what it's like for dirty air. So in the meantime on that, please, share it, subscribe. If you actually liked what we did, give us a like. Even a dislike. Well, at least give us, some decent, decent engagement. I've just said it. Just speak with us. We're happy to speak back. So that works. And we'll be back next week with the sort of the overall review and likes and dislikes and all that business. So ring the bell and you'll know when we're doing that again. But from me, Ryan,
and me, Duncan,
we'll see you then. So toodaloo.
toodly doo.